All right, we are now live on Twitch for session 7, Descent into Avernus. Got all the players here in Adventure HQ, ready to go. So as always, we like to roll at the beginning of the session to see who gets to recap. So if everybody could roll me a flat D20 in chat, and we'll see whoever gets the lowest has to recap.
Don't worry about it,
session.
it's going to be me.
It's always
Slash
you,
us.
Hone.
It's slash R 1d20.
Oh my goodness, Hone.
Let's have terrible luck.
Oh man,
It's not me.
Elias almost there, but Hone just always stealing the thunder. It's I don't know.
You should be a bard.
Me with that flat 20.
I think this is session 7, so 5 out of the last 7.
You've done 5, I think, and Igvis has done 2 out of the 7. One day, other people will recap, but for now,
Yep.
Today is not that day. So, Honed, if you want to go ahead and start that recap whenever you're ready, go for it.
Okay, last week we started. We were just entering into Fort Morning Lord. We were followed in there by some, other adventurers, and they joined us on our fight in the fort. Let's see. We headed up to the Great Hall, looking and seeing what we could find. We had Katja with us, and Igvis gave Katja the letter to Lord Targaryen. And while we're in the Great Hall, Craigle spotted spotted a secret door, which led down a very narrow hallway that dead-ended off into a dead end. But I forget who it was. Spotted a little glimpse of light underneath a wall. So there's another secret door there. Upon entering into that room, there was a blue swirling vortex with, energy lightning shooting out of it. There's a skeleton on the floor with the journal in the hands. Katja recognized the journal and realizes her sister. With Katja reading the journal, she lashed out at Baldur, blaming him for all what happened at Fort Morning Lord. Craigle decided to see what happens with the vortex. He decided to stick his hand in there. It was exciting. Got a little damage from him. When Cal found a rune and ended up pushing on it, and it opened up in a secret room with a chest in there. The chest was booby trapped, what they didn't notice, and it caused a little explosion and causing some damage. However, there was a magical sword, or a magical greatsword that was in there. On our way out of Fort Morning Lord, Baldur met us there at the gates, saying that since the gates are opened, he was going to stay behind and close them. That was his choice that he made up because he felt responsible. What else went on?
We lost War.
Oh yeah, War. We lost her. She took off with the last undead horse. We're not surprised about that, but yeah, well, she's gone. Balrog's gone. When we got back to the caravan, there was some commotion going on. There's a horse and a woman that we've never seen there. The lady, she was pregnant. Appeared to be late term in her pregnancy. Worried about her husband that had been, I'm going to say, kidnapped. And she was all worried about him and trying to get us to go out that night to go find him to rescue him. And we lied to her and told her that we sent some people out, but In fact, we didn't get out and send anybody out until early morning. Let's see, what else do I got written here? The part we we split up into two groups. A couple is staying back at the caravan. The others heading out to look for this missing man. They find the body. He was hung with a, what am I looking? Markings on his chest area. And yeah, it goes pretty south from there. We decide not to tell her. Well, some of us decide not to tell the pregnant lady about her husband, but one of us decided to take it upon themselves to go back and tell her that her husband was dead. And I think that's where we left off.
Awesome. Yeah, that is where you left off. And then the caravan, continued on its journey for the rest of the day without interruption as well. So you would all have a long rest. So if you haven't taken a long rest yet, you can go ahead and do that with your character sheet. But otherwise, we will we'll go ahead and change the map.
Where there are no walls that I can clip through.
Right.
We'll have to clip through trees.
Okay. So we're back here on our caravan map, and after everything that happened last session, you guys continue on your journey for the rest of the day in your carts until night starts to fall and it gets a little dark, and it is time for you to set up and make camp. As you're making camp, Vasha will go through and she'll set up the watch. Does anybody want to volunteer for the watch overnight?
I can do first watch.
I'll assist first watch.
I'll do second.
I will take third.
I'll assist with second.
Okay. And she'll assign Gordrick to the last watch. And she'll set that up. Does anybody want to do anything before they go to sleep for the night?
Kel's gonna take off his armor and feed his majestic horse. And he's gonna pull his blanket down and the moon sword over his chest and fall asleep.
All right. I just sent you a DM in game, Cal. Anybody else want to do anything else before they go to sleep, or does everybody pretty much pack in for the night? Contemplating the events of the prior day.
Elias is probably going to sneak off again for similar reasons as he did this morning.
Okay.
And Igvis is going to go off to the side, as he is, and lots of meditating. Just trying to keep himself calm.
All right. Okay, so you guys go ahead and take your watches, and we can kind of move through those watches pretty quickly, as nothing really happens of note during those watches. you guys end up going to bed, and morning comes. And you are all of a sudden woken in the early hours of the morning, right before dawn, with by a blood-curdling scream.
I'm gonna snap to standing up and trying to determine where it's coming from.
El's also going to jump up and throw on his armor real quick. And he's going to assist Craggle, listening very intently.
As you all wake up and you put on your armor, Kel, and Craggle, you try to find out where this is coming from, and I assume the rest of the characters here also look about, suddenly startled. You notice several refugees gathered around one of the campsites, and they seem to be pushing one another aside to get a better view of something. And you hear gasps and cries and curses that clearly indicate that something horrible has happened.
I'll head off in that direction then, as quickly as I can.
I'm gonna head that
Yeah,
direction
I'll
as
find
well.
Direction
Start jogging
well.
in that direction. Yeah.
Also heading there. Where is it?
Right. I'm going to switch maps here.
I'll say, as we're all kind of running in one direction, I'd like to let them take the lead and make a more of a keep an eye around surroundings back up behind us and such.
Mars is doing the same.
My vision was taken from me.
Yeah,
It'll
I
come
have
back.
to put all your tokens on the map here.
Yeah.
Once I get your token on the map, your vision should come back. Okay. So all the tokens are on the map. Let me know when you can all see the map, or if anybody can't see the map.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see the map.
Looks good to me.
So as you come up, you can see over, down here in this direction that that there's a group down there gathered, and they're kind of all huddled around this tent, and you see those cries and those curses. Those of you in the back, searching around, you don't notice anything around you of note from where you are. And it's kind of hard to see what's going on.
Does it happen to sound like labor?
You hear a lot of cries and screams, and you actually see Alyssa standing there amongst the crowd right there. And you do see her going... But you don't think that's what everybody is screaming about. As you get a little closer there, Vati and Elias and kind of Igvis, you see down here in the corner around this tent behind there, Billiam's body. And Billiam, his body is splayed out on its back in front of that small tent. His throat is brutally slashed open. There's a deep red stain that encircles his head and shoulders where blood is soaked into the grass and dirt. And there seems to be a strange symbol carved into his chest.
Am I able to recognize this symbol?
Yeah, same.
Yeah. You guys, from back where you are, Vati, you can kind of see it, and you do recognize somewhat this symbol. It kind of vaguely resembles a symbol that Craggle had showed you earlier. From where you are, Craggle, you can't really see the body right now, but you can kind of see that,
Okay.
Vati. And as you're all standing here, from behind this way, down come Dara and Goran and Clyde. Dara, Goran, and Clyde come as they arrive on the scene. And Dara gasps and is very clearly shaken by the scene. Goran quickly blocks her view, slapping his calloused hand over her eyes before demanding that everybody, except you, all the characters, leave the scene. And Vasha steps in and helps shoo everyone away that lingers about a little bit too long. And they all eventually clear out. And Dara...
So, Kel's going to step forward pretty close to the body, and he's going to do a investigation on what kind of weapon could have been used on him, and to see if he can discern any malice or any magic coming from it.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
And I would like to investigate around the body looking for similar tracks or anything that lined up with the previous body I investigated.
I would also like to assist with the looking for tracks.
I'd like to know how fresh this is. Like, when did this happen? Was it very recent?
Yeah, if
We just saw him before we left.
yeah, if you want to investigate the body, you know, the wounds, how fresh they are, how he died, go ahead and give me a medicine check for anybody who wants to investigate something relating to that. As far as the tracks around the camp, as you're looking around the camp for tracks, that would be survival. Anybody who is looking at that, just in general, you can give me an investigation check for the camp. I think I heard somebody just ask about just kind of around the scene.
Would this be essentially a camp for a couple of the caravan people, or is this some like foreign camp that we don't know about till now?
Yeah, so this would, you know, as you guys are, this would be a camp that you would recognize as part of the caravan. And these tents were unoccupied except for Billiam's tent. You know, they were set up in case you come across, you know, more refugees during the night or anything like that, and they needed to be used. But Billiam was the only one who actually stayed in this part of the camp.
So I'm surveying the surroundings, like for any attacks or movement or what have you.
Okay. And as you are all kind of doing your thing, Dara, you know, kind of puts her face into Goran, and, you know, tears coming down her eyes. And she says, "Oh, the crying weeps for the suffering that poor Billiam must have endured. If I could take his place and save his suffering, I would. But alas, may his soul rest at peace. Please, I know not who to trust, but Ilmater guides my intuition, and I believe you to be of good heart and sound judgment," as she takes herself from Goran's chest and looks at you. "Please find out what has happened to poor Billiam, lest someone else in the caravan meet the same fate." She says, "This was Billiam's camp. He was the only one here. If you have any questions for me, I will be over here, back towards the main camp." And she starts to move off with Goran and Clyde.
Is this a common setup for your caravan? Having one man off by himself?
Yeah, and you would know that it is just the way that they all set up their camps, because you were there overnight with them and you're able to see how the camps were set up. That this would be normal. They have a couple extra tents and they set those extra tents up in case they come across more refugees, as they did with Alyssa. You know, just as a precautionary measure that this one has a couple more tents than you'd normally set up, but Billiam was the only one in this area. They figured anybody new, they could probably just stick with Billiam. Let's really quick just look at some of your checks here, and I can give you some more details. So, Cal, your investigation, what were you? You were just kind of surveying the area, right?
No, he was looking at the wounds, trying to determine.
Yeah, I was looking at the wound, trying to determine what kind of weapon might have been used to kill him.
Okay. Do you
With my
mind
roll, I
making
don't
me
think
a medicine check for that? So it'll let you re-roll as well to do that. But I should have had you made a medicine check instead of the investigation for that, because that would be like a medicine thing as you're looking at the body and cause of death and all of that. And that's a lot better. So, as you're surveying the wounds and, I'm just looking at everybody else's medicine check. So you're really the only one looking at the body who can actually tell that the wound seems to have been made by a very small, sharp object, pointy object, no bigger than a dagger. Could be a dagger. You also, looking at the carving on his chest, you're pretty confident that that carving was made either immediately before or after he was killed.
Okay, wow. All right, then.
I'm just going to go through a couple of these other checks before we get to some more role play on it, just to, give you guys a bunch of information here. Let's see. I see Marza has an investigation check. What were you looking at again, Marza?
No, I just rolled wrong. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So your medicine check didn't really turn up anything. Kel's kind of relaying this information to you as you're looking at the body with that medicine check. Igvis, Honed, both had survivals. You guys were looking for tracks, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah, so, as you guys are kind of looking around, you don't see any tracks in particular. It looks like a camp, and it looks like even just now it's been heavily traveled. All these people just stormed into camp and, left. But, you don't really notice anything else of note.
Did Elias see anything? He also checked.
I see your survival now, Elias. Yeah, actually, Elias. So as you're kind of surveying the surrounding area, one of the things you notice in particular is that the fire, you're looking at it and it looks like it was smothered. It doesn't look like it died out naturally. It looks like it was extinguished intentionally. And then you kind of look around more to go look for tracks, but you don't seem to notice anything of note track-wise. But you seem to notice that about the fire, which piques your interest. Let's see, what else do we have here? We have Vati. You gave me an investigation check, and that was for what again?
Just kind of like general.
Yeah.
It was a general.
Yeah, so just generally as you're kind of looking around the camp, you notice that the tent and the camp itself, they appear to be mostly untouched. And as you kind of look inside Billiam's tent, his travel gear, his food, his writing supplies have all been left undisturbed, and there are no apparent signs of conflict. So it doesn't look like there was this big fight or anything like that in the area. You also notice, most peculiarly though, that Billiam's journal, which you've seen him writing so many times in, is missing.
Concerning.
So everyone, I think he may have known his attacker. From what I'm gathering, it was definitely done in secret, and I think he may have known his attacker.
I would like to approach the body and determine if he was killed here or dragged here.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Fail.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Okay.
Well, if he knew the attacker, it would have to be somebody in the caravan, and if he really trusted them, like you think he may have, Pal is the one who told us to go get him.
So
One
I
of you.
think
Are you
Before,
saying Goofy Pal is the killer?
I'm just saying what was implied.
one of you check the body. See if is his journal on him.
No.
And the answer would be no for anybody who does look at the body.
So I'm gonna
I
kind of
think
turn
we
to
should go talk to Powell.
real quick. All of that makes sense. Somebody had to have been.
I'm gonna point to the symbol on his chest. The same ones that killed the woman's husband are the ones who killed this man. We saw.
There was no sign of a struggle in here. No cut in his tent. There's no drag marks out to here.
He could have been caught off guard then.
William isn't much of a fighter. They wouldn't have to do much.
But why would somebody smother the fire if it was just an outright attack? Also, how would they know about his journal and just take that?
They're
Listen,
clearly following us. They laid out a message for us in our path before we even left.
my concern is what was in the journal. That's clearly what they were after. If it's gone.
He was a poet, an archivist. I don't imagine it's anything containing secrets, but certainly information
said he
on
was
our
a-
comings and goings.
Well, he was an archivist, right? Maybe he found.
A poet, more like, but yeah.
Well,
He
if
was
they
like
kept-
a tale writer.
Yeah, he
I
did
mean-
little songs, folklore sort of deal.
Right, limericks, that kind of thing.
Maybe he was writing about something that he noticed, or just in general about the group.
I mean, I don't see too much point in speculating about what he was writing. The only way we would know that is to read the book, but we'd have to find who did it first.
Yeah. Is there anybody that we can clearly rule out before we go back to camp and investigate the people there?
I think Rhea and Vasha are definitely in the clear.
This is on like the super far end of our caravan, right? Like as you said, it was kind of only him in this area, and everybody else was like how far away technically?
Yeah, and every kind of camp is away from that main campfire in different directions. But yeah, his camp was a little bit farther in general. He liked his solitude, which about Billiam. He kind of liked to do his writing.
Pal is
Well,
annoying, and I'd love to take him out more than anyone here, but I highly doubt he's the one. He's best friends with Ibn. They're well known in town. Apparently, they were best friends.
I want
What do we know
to.
about this pal? Besides, he's best friends with Billiam.
That he's annoying, and he's best friends with Ibn.
You'll have to meet him and find out about him.
So real quick, I want to. Kel's going to walk into Volume's tent, and I want to see if Kel notices anything off, anything else missing, or maybe added that seems off, that it may not be there. Shouldn't be there.
Give me an investigation check.
Real quick, looking at the symbol as well. Is it possible for me to do like a history check to see if it matches anything that I would have come across in an investigation somewhere, organization?
I would say, is your history higher than your religion?
They're both the same.
Give me a religion check. So, Kel, just you first. You kind of notice the same things that I talked to Vati about. That the tent and the camp itself are mostly untouched. All of his travel gear, his food, and writing supplies, and everything has been left undisturbed in his tent. And there aren't any signs of conflict. But you also notice that his journal is not in there as well. Which Vati has already asked about on Billiam's body as you're specifically looking for it, but you can't find it. And everything else though seems to be in perfect order, in perfect place. Vati, as you're looking at this symbol, you're pretty confident that the symbol is the unholy symbol of a specific devil. And that this devil is definitely rare because you've only come across this symbol once before. Now that you're kind of like thinking, back, and thinking through what Craggle showed you. It is definitely not a well-known devil, but definitely a powerful devil is all that you can kind of remember looking at this symbol. But you can't put a name to the devil that this symbol kind of ties to.
Would I be able to know, as the character, from my background and kind of my proficiency arcana, that illusion magic and disguise magic is definitely a thing, and it can be quite powerful and convincing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll relay that. Essentially, in terms of this, they could have known him. It could have been an illusion, for all we know.
The only problem with that is that they would have to, because if we think about it, right, he would have some sort of access or a direction that the camp people came from. They wouldn't just come from the forest.
They very well could have, but
I feel like
what's
they
your
wouldn't have been. My thought being is that they wouldn't be able to get through us if we were there.
So something
we had watches. So
well, there's a reason that they were traveling in the night. I believe that speaks something. They could have done this in the day if they wanted real shock value. I'm curious to know who found the body. That might be an interesting place to start.
And Kel, I just want to add to Kel, as you look over the body too. You're pretty sure that Billiam died, most likely within the last 2 hours or so. Relatively fresh.
So they are close. Whoever killed Valium is very close. I also want to ask, can I tell in a direction of which he may have been heading? If he was heading away from camp, into camp. If I can sense any kind of direction he may have been heading, by the way his body is oriented.
Give me another investigation check.
I'm on fire with him tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, as you're kind of looking and you're trying to surmise, the rest of the scene, you're pretty confident that Billiam was facing towards the woods. And you're pretty confident that, as you kind of go over to and look in the area that he was facing, you see some disturbed leaves and branches, and you kind of pick one up, and you're examining it, and it has this this liquid that's on it, and you smell the liquid, and it smells something foul, and you're pretty confident that he was relieving himself towards the woods.
So it's definitely somebody in the caravan. Coming from the center of the camp, roughly, it's got to be somebody in the caravan. Everyone, we really need to talk to some people in the caravan.
I have questions for the pregnant woman now.
Yeah, this has only started to happen since Fort Morning Lord and picking up what's her name, Alyssa.
We saw the same symbol in Fort Morning Lord. Who knows what we let out?
Very possible that you all.
There's only one that's seen that symbol.
Yeah, that we saw that symbol in Fort Morning Lord, and I'll take out the piece of paper and hold it. This was in the chapel. We saw it on the body of the man hanging. Like, she was back at camp when that happened. We had people with her when we found the body, and
what's more curious? I cut Crowgle off. After doing my investigation yesterday, it seems that her story somewhat holds true. There were definitely people in the forest, but there were more footsteps that matched those leading back towards Baldur Gate along the path. Oh, that's what it looks like. Okay, that's nice.
Cults always have many followers, and they don't generally act alone.
This is true.
An approval at what she said.
I'm just saying that also it's possible that they're starting their activity up again because we're getting closer to Baldur's Gate.
But
maybe
all of this points away from the caravan. All of that would indicate it's not someone in the caravan. Now, first of all, I have no problem questioning every person in the caravan. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but that would be an indicator that it's not someone in the caravan.
That's why I said that maybe the only person we question is the pregnant woman. She's the only one that's... Maybe she can shed some light on something that's going in Baldur's Gate. They were coming this direction.
I didn't mean to...
No, you're fine. They were coming this direction towards us. So maybe something's happened in Baldur's Gate while we were away.
Well, they had left Baldur's Gate days ago, and it was fine when they left. They got jumped on the road.
Oh, that's
I
right.
want to talk to Pal. Kel really wants to talk to Pal. I think him and the pregnant lady are very, very good candidates for suspicion.
I'm really sorry. I forgot the little girl's name, the priest girl.
Dara.
I'm going to walk over to Kel's side and put a hand on his shoulder and kind of smile like, you have fun with that. I'm going to go talk to Dara. And I'll start walking away.
The great Elias will aid you on your endeavor, and he's going to give a very flamboyant bow.
To who?
In this case, to Cal.
Okay.
Real quick, where should we meet after this? Let's split up, do some investigations.
We can meet at the fire pit in the caravan.
Okay.
I'd recommend that nobody goes by themselves, just in case.
Agreed.
I'll keep walking, like I didn't hear.
I'll go with Craggle.
So, Elias, are you coming with me, or are you? What are you doing?
The great Elias will follow you in your questioning.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so Craggle and Vati head off to talk to Dara, and Kel and Elias head off to talk to Pal. What about the rest of you? Marza, Igvis, Honed?
I'll check in on Alyssa and kind of see if I can gauge anything from just sort of a friendly interaction.
Okay.
I'll go back to the
Good cop,
caravan
bad cop.
and tell Rhea what's going on. Like, she's the one that's really in charge of the caravan. Let her know, like, what's going on.
Yeah,
Her
and
and Basha.
so Rhea was there in that group of people as well. So
Oh, okay. Was
you
Vasha
know
there?
that Vasha was there. She actually, when Darek came in and Goran asked everybody to leave, Vasha was helping, disperse the crowd basically to
Okay,
get
so
them out.
everybody
a little
knows
bit
what's
quicker.
going on then.
They would still probably be decent ones to provide input if you wanted to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll go talk to them and say, like, we think that it could be from the inside. Just to let her know.
Yeah, who are you going to talk to first, Rhea or Vasha?
Vasha.
Okay, Igvis.
Igvis, check his pockets.
I
Nobody
kind of
checked
wanted to
his
stay with the
pockets.
body, to be honest.
Check his pockets. Nobody checks his pockets.
I thought
I wouldn't think to check it because I would have thought you all had done
Oh,
that.
man.
But I
Yeah.
would want to stay with the body just to make sure, like, if anybody comes back, for example, like. They can't
Real
just-
quick before Kel leaves, he wants to do a ceremony spell over the body, and it's going to be a funeral rite ceremony. That way, he can't come back to life.
Sounds good. You can do that. Okay. So Igvis, you're going to stay with the body. So we will. We're going to jump here between some scenes. So we'll start, I guess, with the top with Craggle and Vati. You said you're going to Dara, and I'm going to keep the scene here the same instead of jumping maps back and forth. So you go ahead and you head over to Dara, and Dara is by the main caravan set up by the fire where the wagons are, and yeah, you're absolutely able to find her. She's there with Goran and with Clyde.
As I approach her, what kind of mood is she? Like weeping? Is she like stern? Is she like?
Oh,
almost
she
ready to
is
break?
definitely upset. And remember, Dara she's a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah, for sure.
She's young. She is definitely horrified and upset, and she is, kind of crying in Goran's chest and wiping her tears as Goran kind of reaches out part of his tunic to help. And the goat is rubbing himself up against Dara to try and comfort her.
So when I approach, I'll get like not kind of too close, but close enough to not have to talk loud. I'll get down on one knee and I'll kind of shrink my wings in, so I'm not like too big in front of her. Be like, "You've done well to keep these people calm. I'm sorry, but I did have a few questions if you have time."
She says, "Yes, of course. I would expect nothing less."
Do you know who found the body?
Yes, it seems Ippen was the first to find the body.
And where is Ippen's camp?
He says Ippen's camp is over yonder, and she'll point over into a direction, but she says, but she is right here, and she'll point over to the supply cart, and you actually see Ippen over by the supply cart, and it seems like she is counting stock and supplies.
Really? She's just working. Okay, noted. Back to her. Yeah, no, I'll probably talk to her too. I'm gonna turn to Goran. Do you think you can keep her safe? We have reason to believe it might be within the caravan.
Yes, I believe that she will be safe with me. It is my charge, after all, to watch over her on her journey to Baldur's Gate.
At this point, if anything were to happen soon, it might be better to go back to Fort Morning Lord. But if you can make it to Baldur's Gate, all the same. I'll turn to Vadi to see if he has anything to say.
You turn to see Vadi just kind of jotting down notes in his journal, just kind of trying to keep track of everything. He's just gonna give you a nod. As I've got everything that I need. We can move on if you.
I'll give Dara kind of like a friendly nod and almost like a bow nod, like I'm kind of like just putting my head down in front of her and get up and start walking with Vadi. I'll whisper to Vadi, I think we should check her camp first, but maybe you could talk to her to keep her distracted for me.
I can absolutely do that. Close. I kind of like clap my journal closed. Put down the quill, I guess, in this case. Kind of strap it in, and I head back towards the child.
I'll my way towards her camp, and I'm gonna try my best not to disturb anything. I kind of just want to eye it over, see if anything if there's any sudden presence of any journals, anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Looking over it.
Yeah, and Vati, because just to clarify, you said you're heading back over towards the child, towards Dara, or were you headed towards Ippen?
I guess Ippen, because that's where we're investigating, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry.
Ippen.
Okay, so you head over to Ippen. Let's do Ippen. What do you say to Ippen? Let's do you first, Vati.
I just kind of tap Ippen on the shoulder. Excuse me, ma'am. I just have a few questions regarding what we found this morning.
Yes. Of course.
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah, go ahead and make me an insight check.
Nice.
That's pretty good insight. Yeah, she is very clearly nervous as you approach her. So that is what you gain from there. You see sweat coming down her brow. She kind of looks up after doing what she's doing at the cart, and she seems very hesitant to answer you, but she does. Yes, of course.
Real quick, is Craggle still in my line of vision? Can Craggle still see me?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably facing away from you at this point, unless he had a reason to look back or he had a way to get his attention because he's going off towards the camp. But he would be in your line of sight at this point.
Thinking real loud. No. Now, calm down. I understand that things have shaken some people. I'm simply just going to ask you a couple of questions. Nothing big. Just want to clarify a couple of things that have come up. Real quick, what are you doing right now? Actually, you seem quite busy. I haven't interrupted anything, have I?
Well, I am quite busy. I'm counting supplies like I always do every morning. It is my responsibility to count the supplies and make sure that everything's in all good working order. So that we have supplies for the caravan and people can eat food and
Easy. Have any of the supplies gone missing? Anything been touched?
There's it seems like everything's in everything's all right. Roll me with your insight. I'm going to keep just the roll that you had. With your insight, you're pretty confident she's not telling you everything there. She's very hesitant before she says no, and it seems like there's something she's not telling you.
Delicate. You look. Are you sure you're okay? From what I understand, you had a good relationship with the victim. Do you need me to grab you some water? Anything?
No, I'll be able to get the water for myself. After all, I am watching, the supplies, and I think I have something, here. And she kind of like starts looking like through all of the supplies very hurriedly, and she actually crashes one of the potted plates, kind of on the floor that kind of shatter. And oh, I'm so sorry. No, I need to take that off of the list. Oh no.
Just real quick, before you do any of that, a couple of things. Where have you been for the last couple of 3-4 hours? Just describe to me what you've been doing, so we can get it down. Standard procedure.
Yes, I was at my camp all night, and then I woke up as normal, and then I came over I came over to Billiam's tent in the morning, because just to talk to him. He had said that he wanted to talk to me, and then and that's when I noticed the body, and then of course came back over here and just trying to do my job.
I understand. Sometimes we need the job to take away from a tragic situation. So, to clarify, your story is that you had a regular evening, you woke up to go talk to your friend, as he had requested previously, and you went there, you found the body. Did you report the body? Were you the first one to report it?
I was there, and I gasped in horror, and then everybody else came, and well, they just kind of discovered it naturally. I didn't really need to report it.
And then you came directly from that situation back to here to count the supplies, to try to take your mind off of things.
Yeah.
Sound about right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then one more thing. Could you take me through just kind of how you do your inventory?
She kind of like pauses for a second. Yeah, yes, of course. Nobody's really ever had an interest in that, but I of course I could do that for you.
I'm simply just an observer. I want to know more about the people here, so I have a better idea of how things went down. I'm very new, as you know. So, if you just want to run through your basic duties, no need to go in depth. Just kind of walk me through what your day goes like when you're taking inventory.
All right. Well, I wake up in the morning, and the first thing I count, of course, is our food supply. Because that's the most important thing. So, and she'll start listing off basically her throughout the day, kind of her schedule, and she wakes up, she counts the food supply. They start making breakfast, for everybody, first meal for everybody, and then she starts counting tools, and she lists off, different types of food and tools that, she will count throughout the day, and she'll kind of walk you through that whole process.
Okay, and you say that she walks me through. Is she like physically walking me through what she counts, or is she just kind of saying this at me as sort of a walkthrough?
Yeah, she'll just kind of say it at you as she like points over to stuff, but she's not actually like picking stuff up and cataloging it in front of you, which normally takes her a little bit longer to do.
Okay. And then do you have a record book of some sort that you keep it down? Something that everyone can kind of check periodically.
Yes, of course I do. And she kind of looks down at what she's holding and what she's been writing in. Of course, I keep a very detailed log of everything.
Can I see the log?
And she hesitates for a moment, and she said, I'd be happy to show you the log, but really I'm telling you, everything is, in order, if that's what you're implying. I do a very good job. I'm very good at my job.
I'm by no means challenging how good you are at your job. You seem very competent. I simply just want to glance over it, kind of see what it looks like. Again, think of it more of like an immersive observer's experience. Like I said, I think that you very clearly have a very solid grasp on your role, and I commend you for that. Simply just want to look at it, just glance at it, maybe a couple of pages. I'll give it back. I'll be here the whole time.
All right, if you insist, I suppose. It's very boring, though. I'm not sure that you'll enjoy it. And she'll hand you her logbook.
Okay. Going through the logbook as sort of trying to look a little bit more than just like a glance. Do I see any discrepancies, something that seems off?
Give me an investigation check.
Come on. I need a new pair of shoes. Fuck.
Yeah, no. Just, looking at the logbook, it's all in like quick handwriting for her as well. It's nothing super fancy. She definitely keeps very good detailed records, you can tell. It's organized, but just with her like short script and her handwriting and just looking through, your eyes kind of glance over all the pages and, numbers kind of get jumbled up together as you're staring at it a little bit, but you don't notice anything that kind of stands out. It looks like a logbook.
I close the book and I hand it back to her. All right, and then just one final question for you. You said that you went to go speak to your friend.
Yes, of course.
You wouldn't happen to know where his journal went, by any chance? He seemed to be an avid writer, you see, and I found it odd that it wasn't on his person or near the camp.
I'd assume it's in his tent. I wouldn't know anything else about that.
Okay. I kind of look to see if I can see Craggle leaving or anything.
Yeah, at this point, Craggle is out of your sight.
Okay. Well, I don't know what I can keep distracting her with.
And that she's, just for the sake of, if your intent is to basically distract her here, she'll stay and she'll talk to you as long as you talk to her. So if you try to make any other kind of small talk that is not investigative in nature, basically, she'll do that with you as you continue on.
Well, and that's what I'll try to do. I'll try to talk to her about like just people that camp.
Explaining how her job works probably gave me a fuck ton of time.
Yeah, that alone, when she's going through stuff with you, definitely killed a lot of time. I obviously DM'd over that, but in character, it takes her a while to actually go through her step-by-step process in the morning and pointing out what she does and how she logs it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, we'll shift the camera kind of over to Craggle. So Craggle, you've gone off to Ippin's tent, and you arrive there, and there are two tents set up where she makes her tent, and one of them to be an empty extra tent, and the other would be Ippin's tent. And there's a what looks to be a small campfire outside of that one as well, which is currently smoldering.
Is there anyone around paying attention to me, or is everybody kind of minding their own business?
Roll me perception.
Oh boy.
Don't mess up.
That was a roller coaster of a roll, let me tell you, on D&D Beyond.
No, you don't notice anybody or anything around you.
Okay, I'm just gonna lift up her tent flap and go inside.
Okay. So you head inside. The first thing you notice right away is it's incredibly organized. Definitely obsessive to a fault. Everything seems to have a very particular place. It's very clean. But you go in there, and what do? Looks like all the standard stuff is in there that you would see in a tent,
Right. I guess immediately noticing the organization of it, I would look for anything that catches my eye that it isn't. Maybe just even like a book that's off, like kilter, or any kind of dirty spot, or anything that does seem off in the rather immaculate nature of the tent.
Yeah, give me investigation or perception, your choice.
I'm proficient in investigation,
Damn,
and it
bro.
doesn't matter.
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't notice anything that's off. In fact, you notice that everything is very perfectly aligned.
Does she have a desk?
No, she doesn't have any kind of desk in there at all.
Does she have any kind of drawer storage?
There's definitely some storage in there.
I'd like to go through the storage. I think I'm looking for either a journal or no, just a journal. I'm looking to see if she has a diary.
Okay. Yeah, you go through the drawers. You see some personal effects. Some pieces of jewelry. There seems to be a little sack that kind of clangs a little bit, like it might have some money in it, or coins. Yeah. Otherwise, you don't notice anything that looks like a journal or a diary.
Does she have any weapons?
There are a couple weapons in there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you find a little section where she has them like laid out on the ground, very in order and in line with each other from smallest to largest. And there's 2 daggers in there. There is a short sword, and there is a short bow. And then there's a bunch of arrows as well that are kind of lined up along the top of the weapons in neat bundles of 10.
And on first glance, does it look like any are missing in this kind of well-organized way that she has them?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't know if there were other weapons there. You don't notice any like obvious marks that would suggest that they're nothing like that. I mean, it seems pretty organized, nice and close to each other. Like, you wouldn't know if there was another thing there before, but yeah.
Do any of them have blood on them or anything? Or do any of them look...
They look
dirty?
Spotless, clean.
Spotless, right, perfect. No rust either?
No, they look pretty new, actually.
Fairly new.
Yeah, like they haven't really seen any wear or tear or battle or anything like that.
Would I know if they came from the blacksmith that we got the big donation from at the beginning?
You wouldn't. You wouldn't really be able to tell that.
No blacksmith mark or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at them, you could find a mark on them. You're just not sure if they come from the blacksmith. It's not something that you've investigated or looked at before. But you could find a mark. There's definitely a mark on them.
So I'll go ahead and just take a mental note of that mark and compare it to a weapon that we know is from the blacksmith later. But feeling like this is kind of a dead end, I'll go ahead and just exit. I'm going to walk towards the bonfire and veer around Ippen if she's on the way.
Okay. And as you head back towards the camp, you don't see her coming towards you, but you do notice Vati still speaking to her as the main camp comes into view.
I'll telepathically message him. I'm out.
Can I respond to that telepathic message?
Yeah.
Okay. In that telepathic message, I'm going to be like, she is very nervous when I question the supplies. Her alibi doesn't make sense to me. Something's very, very off with her specifically.
Okay. Noted. I'll be at the bonfire.
We might want to have someone keep tabs on her.
At this point, have I established Marza as a rogue? Does she seem like a roguish character to me?
I used lockpicks in the fort.
Okay. We might be able to get her logbook later, but keep a low profile for now.
Copy that.
And so you go to sit by the fire, Craggle, and you see Godric is there by the fire, and he's eating soup when you go to sit down the main fire.
I'll just kind of give him a nod, essentially, just to getting his attention and nodding at him. Are you all right?
And I'll come back to that
Okay.
response in that conversation in a
Sounds
second. So let's kind of pan over to some other characters here. Kel and Elias, you were going to talk to Pal, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So you go looking for Pal. Where do you go to look for him?
I think we should go look for him at the caravan.
Yeah, so I mean, you would walk up to the main campsite by the caravan, and you would see. Sorry, say again.
You mean specifically?
Yeah, well, not so much specific. I mean, at the main camp, you go there, and one thing you notice is you don't see Pal. And you do see Craggle and Vati as you first walk up, and you see kind of Craggle walk off outside of the camp, and Vati go over to talk to Ippen. And then you see Gordrick sitting by the fire eating some soup. And you notice that, Pal's not there. Those are and then you also see Dara and Goran and Clyde are also there by the main caravan as well.
Hello,
So I'm gonna look.
friends. Do you know where Pal is? It's time for his chicken singing lesson.
And Dara kind of looks up as you say that and says, well, I would assume that, he's probably by his camp, by his tent. That's where almost everybody else went, to just cool off.
Can you provide directions? I'm new here and I'm terribly lost.
And she'll point in the direction of Pal's tent.
And he backflips away.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Well, like-
Let's go back away.
Kel's gonna walk to Pal's tent. And he's gonna look for Pal to see if he is around his tent. If not, he's going to kind of take his hand and smack on the tent, and he's going to ask, is anybody home?
Yeah, so as you go towards his tent, you notice that he's not there. It's just a single tent, which is just Pal's. There's like a little, there's a cage over there that seems to have a couple chickens in it. More than a couple, actually. And, you notice that he's not in his tent. As you get there, though, you hear off to the side a little bit towards another campsite nearby, Pal's voice. And it says, "What's your problem, man? I don't understand what your problem is." And then you hear Wellham's voice ring out. You're a liar, pal. You're such a liar.
So Kel's going to, I think he's going to unsheath his greatsword, and he's going to take off running in that general direction.
Elias is going to walk over to them and He's going to be fast, but he's going to try to make it look like he's running, and he's just going to try to put his arms around both people.
All right. Yeah, so you both kind of bound out at the same time towards them. And as they kind of come into view, you see Wellum and Pal in like a serious argument. They are screaming and yelling at each other. Give me an insight check, both of you. Yeah, so, I mean, as you come up, Kel, to you, it's very clear that Wellum is drunk. And he's slurring his words, and he's a little off kilter. And, he says as you start to get closer and they come into view, You're a liar, pal. You're just a bull-faced liar. And he actually reaches out and comes in with a right hook and slugs Pal across the face. And Pal, is definitely much smaller than Wellum, and goes flying back to the ground and covers his face.
So Kel's going to approach Wellum.
Elias is going to actually do something right.
Okay, so Kel goes to Wellum, and Elias, what are you doing?
Charm person.
Okay, and you are going to cast that on who?
Very drunk and Wellum is very drunk and violent, so I'm going to try to calm him down with charm person.
Okay. I will roll for him.
Does he have disadvantage because he's drunk?
No, you wouldn't have disadvantage because of that. But, okay, so I have to make what is this, a wisdom save? Yeah.
Yes.
So he will fail. And
So, my friend, what seems to be the problem here? Certainly we can talk this out rationally.
Yeah, hey, Elias. Maybe I got a little ahead of myself there. I probably shouldn't have punched him. I guess talking is probably the way this should have happened. Yeah.
It's okay, my friend. Why don't you tell me what this was about?
Yeah, I just... he's just a liar. You know what I mean, Elias? I don't like liars. They just rub me the wrong way when you lie about stuff like that. So, it's just... Yeah.
Indeed. What was he lying about?
Oh, that stuff right there. He said that, he didn't see Billiam. Didn't know anything about Billiam. I asked if he did because, I know they're friends. I know that he likes Billiam, and that right there.
and he points over, and you see that when Pal fell back, there were some papers scattered on the floor that he had dropped.
The papers, those were written by Billiam. He has stuff from Billiam, and, he's just a liar. He lied to me,
Thank you, my friend. You should go lie down.
Yeah, I am kind of tired, and, I don't know. I'm having trouble seeing right now, so maybe I should just, there seems to be two of you, but I thought I saw two of you the other day, so I don't know. Maybe you have a twin or something.
The great Elias has the presence of two people, and
Uh,
bends into a flirt.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, you're a good guy, Elias. Yeah, I think you can definitely handle this. That's fine. Yeah,
And he'll stumble off and towards his tent.
Kel's gonna turn to Powell, and he's going to point his greatsword at him, and he's going to demand from Powell that he tells me why he has property of Valium.
Oh, listen, man, you don't have to point that thing at me. I just, this. He gave this to me. This is mine. No, it's not. It's not something that. You don't. Jeez, you don't have to point that thing at me. There's no need for this to get, no ugly and.
Insight check to see if he's lying during any of that.
Okay, go ahead and roll me insight. Kel, you can do the same thing if you want.
Kel's also going to slowly lower his greatsword and kind of kneel. And then he's going to say to Powell, well, why did Wellham accuse you of lying? What did he think you were lying about?
Well, I don't know, man. He just came over and I was, practicing. I was, I was talking, to myself, and, there's just, he just got angry out of nowhere. I don't know why, and he just called me a liar, and then he punched me in the face, and I just don't get it,
Both of you, as you are hearing this, he's not telling you something. Scleri's not telling you something. And Elias, give me an investigation check for what you just sent me.
Sure.
But it's clear that there's something he's not telling you.
I'm going to use my intimidation, and I'm going to say, you're lying. You're not telling us something. It's funny how Ballard dies this morning or earlier, and you turn up with pages out of his journal. Tell me what you know.
Roll me intimidation.
Yeah.
And as you say that, he starts to cry.
And it's really, I'm not. I swear, no, really. He did give these to me. Okay. It's a. Oh, you could have it. You could read it for yourself. It makes me sad now. I asked for his help in writing these, and writing this, and he was helping me, and I was just practicing, how to say it, and how to do it right, just kind of the way that he told me to do, and it just makes me all sad now because I really cared about William, and I'm so sad that he's gone.
And he'll hand you the papers, just outright.
And say, please, I'm telling you the truth, that's all.
Elias is going to put his hand on Pal's shoulder and be like, good sir, why don't you tell us what was happening? We're just trying to investigate what happened to your dear friend.
Kel's going to slowly put away his sword and he's going to start reading the papers. What do the papers say?
Yeah, so he hands you the paper, and I just shared it in level 2 handouts for you, so you can read it.
Kale's gonna laugh boisterously, and he's gonna ask Powell who this was meant for.
You know, Hasterine. It was meant for Hasterine. I just need a little bit of help, that's all.
Kale's gonna apologize for pointing his sword at him, and he's going to help Powell up. And as he does that, he's going to do a. I think he's going to do an investigation check to see if there's any weapons on Powell.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation. And Elias, remind me what you said as well.
For my investigation, if Pal could tell them what was going on, because they were just trying to investigate for the safety of the caravan.
Okay. And as you're saying that, and Kel is saying what he said, he says the same thing he just told you, and then hands Kel that piece of paper. Yeah, Kel, it's he does have a dagger on him, but otherwise, besides that, you don't see. He doesn't seem to be carrying any other weapons.
In this world, is it commonplace to carry a dagger?
Yeah, pretty much everybody in the caravan you've noticed has a dagger at least, and possibly other weapons.
Get an alibi.
So you help Billiam to his feet, and he kind of like, as he stands and then looks up at you after kind of wiping himself off, he kind of flinches like for a second.
I understand, I get it. You just gotta ask, questions and everything. But I really, Billiam was my friend. Don't I'm the one who asked for him to come to the caravan and everything. I would never hurt him. I swear. I mean, he was helping me out.
Kale's gonna ask Powell where he was, during the screaming. I'm not sure if it was said where he was.
Since during the screaming, I had just woken up, just kind of like everybody else did, and I just heard screaming, and then went over to the camp to see what was going on. I was sleeping before that.
So why did someone kill your best friend and take his journal?
Oh, I don't know why somebody would do that. Why would anybody kill Billiam? Billiam was a great writer. He was a good storyteller. He was just a swell guy, I just don't understand why anybody would want to kill Billiam, And he went out of his way to write this poem for me, and he was really helping me out, with Asterine, and I just feel so horrible and so terrible because I'm the one who had asked him to come on this, and for him to come along with the caravan, and he didn't want to come originally, but, I'm the one who insisted that somebody should go get him, and now he's dead because of it, and it's all because of me. I'm so sad, and I just don't know why anybody would want to do that. He was just a great guy.
Pal, calm down. Calm down.
You did not kill him. However, whoever did is still out there, and anything you can tell us on just where he was last night, what kind of things he kept in his journal, could help us find out who did this.
I mean, last night I had visited him, I don't know, maybe 4 hours before the moon set high over us, and, I just, and I had asked for his help. That's when he gave me this, was last night, and then after that I came back to the camp and, I was reading over it, all night long, and then went to sleep and then woke up, this morning to everything else that happened.
It's okay. Do you know anything about what he would keep in his journal?
Well, I tried to ask him all the time, but he was just kind of, private like that, something about like copyright or something like that, or, intellectual property. I don't know what that means or anything, but, I imagine he wrote like just, all kinds of epic adventures and stories. He was a writer after all, that is kind of what he did, so he just wrote. He wrote just about all kinds of things and beautiful descriptions of stuff and everything that's going on, just, to talk about our journey and everything that we've gone through.
Very well, pal. Now, I suggest you make sure you find a secure place to sleep for now. Who knows what's happening?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go back to my camp and I'm just gonna sleep there. It's been a long day already, and I just wanna go back to sleep. Maybe I'll wake up from this nightmare, and everything will be back to normal.
And he'll start walking off, and he kind of makes a concerted effort to stay clear of you, Kel, and make sure that he is a good distance away from you, as he kind of keeps his eye on you as he moves around you and then backs up slowly before, hurrying along towards his camp.
So, Kel, did you think we found anything useful enough?
Well, I definitely think someone as emotional as Pal was, I don't think he has the capability to kill a friend, especially one helping him. He may be a fool, but I think he's an honest fool.
Indeed, most simply are.
All right, let's pan the scene again. I think next we had Marza. You were headed, where again?
To Alyssa.
To Alyssa. So you find Alyssa at her camp, via kind of the same methods that everybody else has been using. You'd probably go back to the main camp, I assume, ask if anybody knows where she is, ask around, and she'd be back at her camp. And you would find her at her tent, and you see her when you get there. She has, one hand on her back and the other on her stomach, and she's going, "It's all right, little one. It's all right. We'll be okay."
All right. As I find my way to her, I'm gonna grab water to bring her, because I figure she's gonna be stressed whether she's trustworthy or not.
Yeah.
And give her that, sit down with her, just try and be as calm as possible.
Yeah, and you give her the water, and she's, Thank you.
How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Oh, I don't know. Where do I start? I'm pregnant, with my unborn child, due to give birth any day. There's someone was just murdered in our camp, and my husband is gone and murdered and dead, and I'm all alone, pretty much, and I just don't know what to do.
Well, first of all, you're not alone. Well, you won't be, at least for several days. But we're here too. And those of us that, well, are paying attention will take care of you. Don't worry about that. We'll make sure that your baby is safe.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep now. I'm already afraid of the dark, and how can I possibly go to sleep now with this that has happened? Oh.
We're certainly going to be tightening things up, taking care of the guard better, keeping people close.
And she'll reach out and she'll grab your hand and she'll squeeze it pretty tightly and say, "Please," and she'll look you right in the eye. You need to promise me. Help keep my baby safe. That's all that matters to me now. I just need her safe.
We'll do everything we can. And then I think my background kind of will come into play a little bit, just because it kind of leads people to see that I've been through quite a lot, and then tend to trust me a little bit more because of that. So I think that should help in this situation. So I just wanted to make sure that was in consideration.
Sounds good.
How did you sleep before all this?
How did I sleep before all this? Like, as in, before
Last
I
night.
came across...
I know it's not all of it, but...
Well, not very well. I'm pregnant. It's hard to find a good spot to sleep sometimes. I try to put some bedding underneath my stomach, to ease and give some relief, and between my legs a little bit, but it's very difficult. At this stage, I can't sleep on my stomach, and I can barely sleep on my side, and I've always been a stomach sleeper, but
All right, I know we have extra supplies in case there are other refugees. I'll see what we can do to make you more comfortable until we need those again. But why don't we change focus? I know it might hurt to talk about it a little bit, but where did you and your husband come from?
Well, I'm originally from Elturel, and my husband Fessel. Oh, my poor Fessel was working in Baldur's Gate, and I had gone with him, no months ago while he worked in Baldur's Gate, and we were traveling on our way back to Elturel so I could give birth around my family, and they're all gone too, aren't they? They're all gone. There's just nobody left. My family is gone. My husband is gone. Who's gonna help me and my baby?
All right, I'm going to take her hand, but I'm also going to do an insight check.
Yeah, go ahead and give me insight. Yeah, you take her hand, and she squeezes your hand so tightly, and you feel like she is just distraught. She has been through so much. She has lost so much, and she feels vulnerable and alone, and you can really see that in her eyes. And as she grabs your hand, she places it on her stomach, and you can feel this bump kind of move across the stomach as you feel an unborn child in there that clearly has some sort of movement, and
Okay. So I guess I'll give her a hug. Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of just try and calm her down.
Yeah, so you...
Tell her...
Go ahead.
Look, I've been through a lot. I understand how it feels when it's one thing after another. Tragedies affect a lot of people, and it sucks that everybody has to go through it. But we're still here. And you still have a kid to take care of. And sometimes we have to pull it together to take care of the people who need it.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion at advantage. She says, You are a gift sent from the gods. I can see in your eyes. I can see that you have been through pain too. That you can empathize and understand the pain that I'm going through now. But you're right. You speak wise. You speak great words. I must be strong. I must be strong for my unborn child.
Right. Now, I hate to ask you this, but to help everyone stay safe and to make sure that we can take care of this, I need to know if you saw anything that might help us when you saw the body. Did you recognize any of the symbols? Does any of this feel familiar to you?
No, none of it. I didn't see anything. I was just trying to sleep and get comfortable, and I saw about as much as everybody else did. Waking up to that horrible sight in the morning.
Did you hear anything strange while you were trying to get comfortable and unable to sleep?
No, I can't say that I did.
Alright. You should try and rest now if you can. Try to put it out of your mind. We should be safe for right now.
All right, I'll do that. And you'll see her kind of like let go of your hand, and she'll move back in towards her tent. And as you're looking, she kind of gets down on the ground. She seems to put some padding underneath her stomach as she lays on the side and faces away from towards the back of the tent, as if she's trying to get some rest and sleep.
All right. I'll tell her it smells like there's food on the fire. Get some if you need it. I'll go talk to somebody about supplies, and I'll go up to the supply cart if Vati is done there and see about getting something more for her.
Sounds good. Yeah, and as you would go towards the supply cart, and you would see both Vati and Craggle there. It looks like Craggle had just walked back, and he seems to pass Vati and go sit by the fire as Vati seems to be finishing up a conversation with Ippen. And you see Gordrick by the fire look up at Craggle as they nod to each other, and he seems to say something to him. But yeah, you can go do that. Let's pan the scene again. Honed. We still have to get to you, right? You had who were you going to see?
I was gonna talk with Vasha.
Okay, so you go do that, and you find Vasha by her camp as well.
Okay.
As you walk up to her camp, give me a perception check. Okay. Yeah, so you walk up to her camp, and she also has like 3 tents around her camp. 2 of them are empty, and you know which one is her tent. And there is like a little small campfire, and she is facing away from you as you're walking up towards the where the campfire was, where the fire was. And she seems to hear you coming from behind her, and she kind of gets up and turns and says, "Oh, Honed. Yes, what can I do for you?"
Hi, Vasha. I just wanted to talk to you about Billiam. Some of us think that the the person that killed him was from inside the caravan, and somebody stole his journal. When we were there, couldn't come across his journal like in his tent or on his body. So just wanted to let you know that's what we found. Oh yeah, there was the a symbol that was crudely carved into his chest as well. I'm not sure if you've seen that when you were back there or not, but that's another thing that we found. Is similar to the one with the what was his name?
Craggle.
No,
You
the
can say
husband.
the husband, right?
Yeah, the husband. The husband that was same symbol that was into him as well.
Oh, this is quite disturbing. That's a lot to take in. Honed, thank you for letting me know. Is there anything else?
No, I thought I'd let you know because you're the leader of the caravan. So if you see anything that's suspicious, let one of us know. And yeah, we'll figure something out.
Yes, I will do. I recommend maybe talking to Gordrick. He was the last watch, so he would have been the watch, into the morning here. I would recommend maybe talking to him. I think that would be a good place to start.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
And I'll head over to wherever Gordrick is.
Okay. And you would have seen Gordrick by the main camp when you passed to go towards where Vash's camp is. And he's sitting there eating some soup. And as you make your way back, again, similar scene, you see Craggle sitting down next to Gordrick. They seem to nod, and Craggle says something to him, and you see Marza coming up towards the camp as well, and Vati is just finishing up a conversation with Ippen.
Okay, I'll walk up to Gordrick and I'll say, hey, Gordrick, I heard you had the last watch before the screaming and everything happened. Did you happen to hear or see anything that was out of normal?
And remind me what you said to him, Craggle.
I also remember that he was the last watch, so I kind of more or less like casually trying to approach him in a friendly way, like, how you holding up, or how are you doing? How are you feeling?
He says, "Right, Hone. Craggle was just talking to me, and I didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. I took over, my watch about 3 hours after the high moon, and I sat with Volis for a while, who came to visit me for a few hours, but between for like 2 hours or so, and then that's about it, and then I came and saw that scene. That's quite the stir."
Okay, you didn't hear like any rustling in the trees or anything that you think would be like an animal or anything?
No, I don't reckon I did. I just, I didn't see anything. I was just, nothing out of the ordinary. No animals, no people, just entering or leaving the camp.
Okay.
Where exactly were you, or what exactly were you doing about 2 hours ago?
Well, about 2 hours ago, I was still here, just talking with Volis, I suppose, about 2 hours ago. Yeah, that seems about right.
And where did Volis go?
She headed off to Vasha's tent. Had to talk to her about something.
Relative to, so I'm going to stand up, I'm going to turn and look towards Vash's tent, which I think I know where that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to turn my head or my body towards where we found Billiam's body. Are they in the same-ish direction?
No, they're opposite directions. In
And so I'm
fact,
gonna point towards Billiam's body. So she walked off that way?
no, she walked off in towards Vasha's tent over there, and he points towards Vasha's tent.
Okay.
I'm gonna head over, find where Valis is right now.
Yeah, good call. I'm gonna not yell, but I'm gonna kind of just raise my voice a bit, and I'm just gonna say Igvis, and then see if he like pokes his head out like he can hear me from here.
Yeah, okay, so you don't yell it like very loud?
Yeah, I'm not like screaming, like I'm not truly trying to get his attention. I'm just like raising my voice to a moderate tone and seeing if he responds like he can hear me.
Igvis, roll me a perception check.
Okay. 1 second.
If you get at least a 10, that's what we're looking for here.
Perception.
So not that hard.
Oh. Well.
Yeah, so you definitely hear Craggle. He calls your name.
I'll turn and, like, acknowledge. Like, what's up?
And so I could see him, right?
You can't see him, but you hear him faintly.
Okay. So if I can't telepathically message him, so I'll just keep the same tone of voice. Nothing, just a test. Thanks.
Waste of my time.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Turning back. Man. No, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to Valis too. I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna say thank you to him, and
You're gonna come with me.
march off with Honed. But I'm probably a little behind him.
Okay. You two go off and do that. Okay, so you guys go off and do that. Vati, we'll go back to you, Igvis. So how long are you going to stay by the body? So you hear Craggle say this. You've been by the body for a little while now. Probably 30 minutes-ish it's been, I'd say, that you guys went about all of this.
I would probably stay by the body until I heard somebody actually need me for something else, because I wouldn't want to leave it alone.
Okay.
The only other thing I would do while I was here is possibly, maybe inspect the body a little bit more, check the pockets, things like that, see if there's anything else on him that might be missing.
Yeah. So, I mean, a quick, a detailed inspection of the body doesn't turn up anything that you guys haven't already learned.
Yeah, then I'm just waiting.
Okay. Okay, Vati, Marza. Well, actually, Elias and Kel. Where were you guys headed after? Remind me. You had talked to Pal and Wellham.
I think we were also moderately suspicious of Alyssa. Who were you suspicious of?
Yes, I agree. We should definitely talk to her. A little bit in depth. And I've actually walked over to my horse. And I was kind of crouching, drinking some water. While everything was going on. And then I'm also going to suggest, instead of leaving the body out, why don't we go ahead and bury him? I think he's been out long enough, and he deserves a burial.
Indeed. Should we grab Pal for it? I think he'd want to see that one.
You go ahead, Elias. I think he's still pretty scared of me. Not my intent, but it got the point across.
Nate.
Literally.
Okay. So Elias, are you heading? Is that where you're going, to Pal?
Yeah, Elias would probably get Pal in this circumstance.
And Kel, where would you be going at this point? As Elias walks off to go get Pal, would you be going with Elias, or would you be heading back to the body?
I'm gonna head back to the body, and I'm gonna suggest it's honed at the body, correct?
Igvis.
I'm gonna suggest to Igvis that we prepare the body for burial.
I think we should wait just a little longer, just in case something else pops up, but maybe not more than another 30 minutes.
Okay. And Elias, you find Pal, and when you get there, you definitely hear sobbing as soon as you come up. And as you kind of look in his tent, he's kind of curled in a fetal position towards the back of the camp. I mean, pretty clearly crying and sobbing.
Pal, we're burying the body. Would you like to bear witness?
Well, I guess that's what Billiam would have wanted, right? You know, I mean, yeah. I guess I should come and do that. Oh, it pains me so to see him like that, though. But you know, I gotta be strong for Billiam, right? You know, like I should do what's right for Billiam. You know, he would have wanted me to be there.
Indeed. Who else do you think he'd have wanted there?
Oh, well, well, I'm not so sure. You know, I think he would have liked it if somebody would, like, you know, tell a story. Yeah, that's it. You know, just if everybody could be there and listen to a story. You know, like Billiam likes stories and tales, and you know, I think he would have liked that.
Why don't we grab them then?
Yeah, okay, that sounds like a good idea. We could do that. Yeah.
And he'll get up and wipe his face in tears, and he'll follow you wherever you go.
So Elias is basically just going to go around gathering people for the funeral.
Okay. Okay. So we'll pan over for a second back to Marzavati. What are you guys doing at this point? So you've kind of finished the initial things you did. You're back at the main camp. You see Craggle and Hone talk briefly to Gordrick, and you can overhear the conversation. You know, it's not like it's secret or anything, and you're right there. And then you see Hone and Craggle kind of go off to go say that they're going to go talk to Valis. You also see Kel kind of walk back through camp and off towards, you know, Billiam's area. And then you can kind of see Elias at this point kind of walk across towards, we'll say, Alyssa's tent.
So I wanted to ask Ippin for extra supplies for Alyssa. Extra pillows, blankets, if we can spare them.
Yeah, and she'll say, yes, I think that we can. Yeah, let me just check my log real quick, and I can do that, I think. And she'll kind of like hurriedly like make some marks in her log, and she'll hand you a couple extra supplies that you ask for.
Okay.
And give me an insight check. You notice also that as she's like writing, has this pretty tight grip on her logbook, and she's like hugging it pretty closely, kind of to her chest, you know, very clearly, you know, right up against here, making her notes in it to secure it, closer to her person.
So real quick, as she does that, I'm going to take out my journal again. Writing down some of those things that she was saying earlier. But I'm going to take a piece of paper and write, we need that logbook. And I want to see if I can't, like, stealthily give it to Marza.
Sure, give me a sleight of hand.
Oh, boy. Sleight of hand, okay.
Is my stealth or sleight of hand going to help in getting it too?
No, I would say that with your sleight of hand, Vati, let me just do a thing. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, you hand it to Marza, and yeah, you kind of feel this piece of paper in the back of your palm as you're kind of looking into one of the carts with Ippen as she's kind of gathering supplies, and your other hand behind you feels this piece of paper slip into your grasp.
And then at that point, I'm also going to be like, Ippen, don't forget to mark those cracked plates that you dropped. Wouldn't want the log to miss anything.
Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Thank you, Vati. Yes. And she'll kind of very hurriedly write back in her journal.
And while she's writing and searching for supplies, I'll go ahead and read the note and see what he said.
Yeah, and so you read that note, and it says what he said, which is that we need the journal.
Okay.
And then I just kind of like look down at Marza and just kind of give like a nod.
You seem a little tense, Ippen. You doing okay? I know this has been a lot.
Well, I just have a lot of work. It's just a lot of things to catalog. Of course, it's just very, very busy work, and of course, everything that's happened. I don't know how okay, like really, we all can be, but
Of course. You seem very thorough, though. I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. In fact, maybe somebody else could help you deal with it for a bit, so you could take some rest. I'm sure that this has impacted you quite a bit.
Roll me a persuasion at disadvantage.
Okay.
She says, no, I'm quite all right. This the work helps. It's busy work, and it helps. And I'm really the only one who really knows how to do it, because I've been doing it for so long, and my logbook, and I just understand it. So no, I definitely prefer to be here and doing this.
Little funeral could come in handy.
Okay. So I'm gonna be like, what I'm going to attempt to do is I'm going to attempt to like bump into I already forgot her name. Ippen. And kind of drop my journal in hopes to knock her journal out, and then like sleight of hand switch them. Or maybe Marza can sleight of hand switch them.
Okay. Your journal and her
Logbook.
Okay. Okay. Give me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Slash before the W, Elias.
And you catch her as she like turns away for a second to go count a couple things, and her journal's kind of sitting in her left hand by her side, still pretty hugging her pretty closely. And you manage to slide the journal out kind of as you put your journal in its place. And based on, what she's doing, what you've been watching, you don't think you have too much time before she opens your journal again to go log something else.
Okay. It's hey Marza. Sorry. Let me act out the. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to knock into you or get in your way. Marza, could you take this to Craggle real quick? There's a couple of notes I'd like him to see of mine.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Just, why don't you and Ippen take the blankets and pillows to Alyssa?
Good idea, Marza. Can we do that?
Oh, I do have, quite a bit to still log here. I'm in the middle of counting all
I'm
of the
sure
fruits.
she could use some help getting comfortable. She's a bit stressed, and I'm sure a little company would help her out.
And we could all use just a little distraction.
Both of you give me a straight persuasion check.
They are assisting each other.
Which is why they're not at disadvantage.
Oh my no!
Yeah. She says, no, really, I can't. I just have so much work to do here right now, and I'm still counting the rest of, the fruits and everything here. It's very important if people are going to eat that I get this exactly right. And
what?
Have we distracted her long enough for Elias to come over to ask people to go to the funeral?
So Elias is still going around. He was going to Alyssa, and then he was probably going to get the people on the outskirts of camp and come through camp to go, is how I'd imagine him doing it.
Here, just take the journal, take it to Craggle. I will take the blankets. Then you can log what you need to log.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna scurry on over.
Okay. Yeah, so you can head towards Craggle, and, at this point, Craggle has already started walking away, or has already walked away towards Valas's camp, which you would know, because you were there when he started doing that.
Okay, and I'm gonna kind of drag him into some trees so that we are not directly in eye line of anything. So that if she does realize we're not which is kind of hilarious because I am a halfling.
Imagine the side stage hook.
Grab you by one finger, pull you over.
Yeah, just the oop.
Just oh, this is nice. I think I'll go this way now.
Yeah.
Just a gentle pull, like a breeze, pushing you that way.
Yeah, you can do that. Very shortly. So you run off, Marza. You're able to run off towards Craggle and do what you need to do over there. Kind of sticking on with Ippen and Vati. Very shortly after Marza does that, and you're offering to kind of help as well. She goes to open your journal now that you just slipped her.
Oh boy.
Do you say
How's your deception, buddy?
Do you say anything specifically to her as she does that, or do anything specifically, or just kind of let her do it?
Let me think here. I'm real bad at the persuasion, so that's not going to go very
Throw
well.
coffee on it. Just kidding.
Can I knock something over real quick to kind of just startle her?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Just start throwing things out the back of the supply cart.
no. Actually, a better idea. So, I'm going to be like, if she's pregnant, she needs those things. I'm going to kind of lightly shove her as I'm trying to get to the supply cart.
You know what she needs? She needs cookies.
I'm gonna eat her out of the way.
Pickles.
Okay, so you're gonna lightly shove her. I would say that it's pretty easy for you to shove Ippen. She's a halfling. She's small, and you're much larger than she is.
I also have a -1 to strength, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but she might be stronger than you. Actually,
Yeah, I have an 8. I have an 8.
You
for
really?
strength.
You have an 8?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. She.
Do you want me to?
She is stronger than you. Actually,
You've atrophied from all of your cigars
Yeah,
smoking.
you know what? Roll me in athletics.
Oh boy!
She is stronger than you. Jeez.
I am a 7-foot bugbear that can't lift shit. Well, that's not good. It was almost an 18.
You suck.
Listen, all right. I was a rogue, and I'm a wizard. I already did my job.
Yeah, so
I got.
you go to shove her, and she actually
bounce
pushes
off her.
you back a little bit as you go to shove her. And
Can I
she says-
pretend to fall?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a deception check.
It's a soccer match, and you're just holding your knee.
All of these tests I suck at.
Please work.
I don't know what's gonna.
Can we do performance instead? Too late.
It doesn't matter. I got a -1 in charisma anyway.
Oh man.
Yeah, so she, and we're gonna.
Is Kel
This is a
witnessing
flat roll
any
for
of
her.
this?
Am I fumbling?
And
Trying to follow.
she like shoves you back a little bit, and you fall down, and you kind of do a, oh my.
Oh my!
Is Kel witnessing any of this at all?
Kel, remind me where you were at this point.
I'm heading back towards the body.
No, you would be gone already towards the body. With
Dang.
Icarus.
This Elias getting
and-
for this one?
So she goes, excuse me, what do you think you're doing? You know,
I just try to get the blankets.
get the. I've already told you. I have the supplies here. I'm going to give her the supplies. I'm just trying to catalog this real quick. And she.
You just seem so tense. I wanted to do what I could.
Sure. Well, you know, I think that I'm perfectly fine at this point. I think you probably have other people to talk to and places to be. I can handle my own cart. You're going to break something, and I need to continue cataloging what I'm cataloging. And she goes and she pulls out her journal and opens it up and looks down. And her eyes get really wide in just pure terror, basically. She says, "Oh, my catalog, where?" And what kind of stuff would be written in your journal, and in what language specifically?
Did you
It
just
is
give her
all
evidence?
written. It is all written in Gnomish.
Okay.
Or not Gnomish. Whatever the goblin language is.
So
Undercommon, yeah.
yeah. So she does it have any kind of markings on the outside? Would there be anything to identify it as your journal? Is what I'm gonna ask. Would your name be on it? Would anything like that?
Great
So
tales of the legendary Vadi Linrandar.
no. I mean, there's nothing that like would straight up identify it as mine. Like she could see there's a drawing of like a cult symbol and some notes. One of them recounting what she told me about her things. Maybe like some things circled, but like nothing that would be like immediately discernible.
Okay. Yeah. So she opens it up and she kind of like What is this? Where's my logbook? What is this devilry? What is happening? They're back. I think they're back. As she starts to like panic and call out, and you see
I'm gonna stand up. Whoa, who's back? Who's back?
those they killed Billiam. They're back. What has happened? My logbook. Please, we need to find it. And Gordrick kind of stands up and says, "Oi, what are you crying about over there? What are you talking about? That they're back?" And Dara kind of comes over as Gordrick comes over.
Let me see. I'm going to attempt to be like, let me see the journal. Let me see what you've got. Like trying to play into her being nervous a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess.
Give me a persuasion at disadvantage.
Oh no, that's awful. How do I do disadvantage again?
You can right click the plus or minus in your case and click disadvantage to roll.
Oh! I got a natural 1 on one of them. I think. No, it's a 7. My bad.
Yeah, and as you go to do that, she pulls it like back and says, Dara, Gorin, you have to see this. What is this? What is going on? All of our supplies, all of the information, it's missing. They've stolen it. We need to search right away. And she kind of moves over towards Dara and Gorin, who have already started moving towards her. And
this is a problem. This is a big problem.
This is just a caravan-wide event now.
This is actually perfect. No, this gives time. This gives time so other people can look at the journal, the logbook.
And so she hands it over to Dara, who opens it, and she starts to read it. And she says, This is not devil words. This is Dethic script. I recognize this. I can read it. Just one moment. Let me peruse it for a moment.
Take your time. I say, I'm not at this point. I'm not even nervous because I'm like, I just assume that we're buying precious moments.
Yeah. And she starts to read the journal, and I mean, I guess, would there be anything, just without getting too much into it, in that journal that being able to read it, would she pretty quickly be able to understand that it's your journal specifically? Or
100%.
Okay. Yeah, so she would, rather quickly after reading, say, Why do you have Vati's journal? What is going on here, Vati? And you see kind of Gordrick kind of stands up and reaches down and kind of tightens his grip on the short sword that's at his side. And explain this. Explain this,
Easy.
Vati. Where is Ippin's logbook?
We bumped into each other. We might have dropped our books, swapped them. In this case, it's with Marza. Very simple solution. We just go to Marza and we retrieve the book that she thought was my journal.
Give me a persuasion check. Just a straight persuasion check.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Come on, gambler's fallacy.
No, unfortunately.
Damn it.
Well, I got a roll to make too. So
Yeah, but if they're average, they'll beat me. Avadi's not a good liar. I thought that was pretty evident.
You are not an investigator of the people. You're just an investigator.
The good news is you're setting him straight to the charisma character, so this might turn out all right. Wow. Dara, come on, girl. I thought we were friends.
Big oof. Big oof.
she says, "No, I don't think that we will do that. I think that you should stay with Gordrick here and have him keep a close eye on you while we gather the others." And,
How close am I to Gordrick?
You're pretty close right now. Like, you're kind of... So, Ippin went up, handed it to her. She started reading it. She looked at you. Gordrick kind of, like, moved to your side and has his sword on his arm. And you're pretty close. Like, you could reach out.
Okay, so, like, within 5 feet?
Yeah.
Like, it would provoke definitely an attack of opportunity if I just, like, bolted in a direction?
Well, you can technically disengage. So I would say that he wouldn't get an attack of opportunity if you disengaged and then ran like once your movement. But if you wanted to like go twice your movement, like really take off, I would say you could provoke if he wanted to swing.
What's my movement speed?
Or grapple you.
Yeah, or grapple you.
30 feet. God, I'm awful at this. Um, Vadi's just gonna throw his hands up, kind of give like a smirk, almost like, "I'll stay here. Do what you must."
Okay, and so Gordrick is going to pull out his short sword, and he's going to point it at you, and then he's going to say, "Oi, Gorin, grab the rope and tie his hands behind his back. No funny business from this one."
I think we're far past that point, good gentlemen. Can no, never mind. I was like, oh, they could just tie me with my whip that's on my hip, but whatever.
Is Elias close to this area yet? Because she is on the list of people he wants to invite.
Yeah. Well, so she will. If you do nothing else, Vati, do you resist them in any way?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean,
Yeah. So Gorin will go over. He's going to grab some rope from the wagon, and he is going to tie your hands behind your back and basically bind them behind you. And then Gordrick is going to basically sit you down over by the campfire and like basically glare at you. At this point, Elias, is when you start to walk back. And you've gathered Alyssa and Wellum with you as well. You went to Hasterine's camp, but she wasn't there. And you continued back towards the caravan, which you would need to go through in order to get to Vasha and Valas's.
One small retcon to that. I sent my boy Pal to go get Hasterine.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you sent Pal to go get Hasterine. So, I mean, Pal would come back anyway, and he would tell you pretty quickly that Hasterine's not there.
Okay.
And then you would go and you would grab Alyssa, you would grab Wellum, who are all kind of in the same vicinity or direction. And then you would be able to grab Wellum and Alyssa. And when you get Alyssa, you actually wake her up. It seems like she had just, well, let me ask you, do you wake her up? It looks like she has fallen asleep, and she's pretty comfortable.
Did she have any connection to this man besides the fact she saw him die?
Well, you're not sure, to be honest, because you haven't been with the caravan long. You haven't necessarily seen any interaction yourself between her and Billiam, and you haven't been involved in any conversations regarding her either.
I'd wake her and invite her at minimum.
Okay. So you do that, and you wake her up, and she's and she's a little startled when you do that, and kind of disappointed. You can tell, like she had just gotten to sleep and in a good position, and but she gets up and she comes with you.
Okay, I'm gonna make it clear she can go back to sleep if she wants.
Well, no, it's very difficult to get to sleep, and at this point, I might as well come with you. I'm already awake now. So she'll come with you, her and Wellum, and you kind of lead this entourage, Wellum, Pal, and Alyssa back towards the camp. And as you're walking back in, you see Godric there basically plop Vati down by the fire, hands tied behind his back.
You guys go to the site of the funeral. I'd like to address some things.
And Wellum will go ahead and do that.
Yeah, it's alright, Elias. I'll go over to like where the body is and everything. Yeah.
And but the others, Alyssa and Pal, stick around. Very curious about what is going on right now.
You said his name was Godric? So I'm gonna walk.
Gordric.
I'm gonna walk to Gordric. Is he pointing his sword at Vati?
Yeah, he has his sword drawn right now, but he's not distinctly pointing it at Vati now that Vati has been tied up and is sitting.
So Elias is going to walk up to him, and he's going to like kind of put his arm on the arm. And he's
So
gonna
before
kind of
you get to him, as you start to walk towards him, he looks at you and he says, "Oi, stay back!" He says, "Don't you come any closer. I know that you're with this lot and you're one of his friends."
Come now. What is going on?
And let's clear something up in the air. I don't know that me and Elias are friends, per se.
Indeed, the great Elias is a friend to all.
Oi, friends, acquaintances, I've seen you guys around together. I know that you hang out with each other. I don't want you any closer to here. There's no funny business going on while I'm watching over him.
Very well, and why are you watching over him, perchance?
Your friend happens to be stealing from the other members of the caravan. There's clearly some going-ons here, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. He's stolen the logbook from Ibn, and, there's all kinds of craziness going on in his journal, I think.
I doubt any of you can read it, really, but sure. It's no more crazy than anything that we've seen recently.
Oi, quiet you! Dara will look through it, and not soon enough.
So, quick metagame question. Did he explicitly state that the logbook was taken?
He did.
Yeah, he said he got
Exactly.
switched. Marza has it, yeah.
Tell me, Vati, why would you take a logbook? This is a caravan. Those things are important.
As much as I'd like to divulge the truth to everyone here, I feel it's a bit of a waste of breath. We'll know soon enough if it's relevant or not, and I'm certain that they're once they catch up to Marza and the rest of them, I'll be cleared.
Anyway, good Gordrick, I've come to invite you and the quartermaster to the funeral. We could certainly use some strong arms in case anything goes awry.
Right, and Gordrick says, all right, I think that's enough talking for right now. I think it's best that you just go somewhere else. As of right now, you're not in trouble at the moment. Elias or Alvin.
May I talk to the quartermaster? I wish to invite her as well.
The quartermaster? Who are you talking about? The quartermaster?
I'm sorry, metagame, I'm terrible with names. Who's the lady who keeps the logbook? He wants to talk to her.
So that would be Ibn.
I'd like to talk to Ibn, if that's alright.
Ibn with a P like Paul.
Ibn.
Right, well, I suppose you can go talk to her yourself. You can ask her yourself, and she's standing right over there. Ask her whatever you'd like to.
Elias is going to flourish his hands up so that they are visible, and he's going to walk over to Ibn.
Okay.
Good Ibn. I would like to invite you to a funeral we are hosting.
A funeral? We can't do any kind of funeral right now. The logbook has been stolen. There is some sort of devil writing. Or sorry. There is some sort of
Wait. What,
devil writing
what did he roll?
or something by that man over there. And she turns and like points to where
What?
where Vati would be, and Vati is clearly like crouching, as he's like trying to tiptoe away, clearly free of his bindings, but like very not stealthy at all, just kind of doot. You don't see me, but everybody clearly sees him.
Oh, this man.
And what do you do, Vati?
Oh, okay. Do I see them notice me,
Oh, yeah,
am
it's like a deer in headlights, basically.
You ruined everything, Vati. Come on.
Sorry, I'm trying. Okay. At least I'm trying.
Hey, we're getting plenty of time to read the logbook, so
I'm going. I'm
I
going
probably
to.
read the whole fucking thing by now. Jesus.
I am going to I'm going to turn and start to dead sprint, towards Martha and Crackle.
Okay.
no, we're in trees. Don't come to us.
Yeah, where we're hiding.
No, you dead. You dead.
Yes, you don't even know where
Crazy.
they are.
Right now.
And
Don't
Elias,
incriminate me.
you're casting minor illusion. What are
I'm
you
gonna
casting?
sleight of hand to, of course, see if I can hide it. Let's see how this goes.
While he's doing that, Kel's going to he's going to pull out his
Okay.
great sword, expecting a
I'm
fight.
going to create an illusion of the missing journal in front of Ippen.
Okay.
And I'm just going to point it out to her, so she has to interact with it and make a commotion. I'm going to say
Okay.
very loudly, "Is this the missing journal?"
Okay. Yeah. Give me a deception at advantage. Or performance, if you prefer. What you do either.
They're equal for me, actually.
He jazz hands. Is this your journal?
From behind your ear.
Noting, have you ever seen the logbook?
Yeah, all of you would have seen the logbook.
Okay.
At some point.
Well, 21 suffice to create at least a temporary commotion to get them to not chase Vati.
Yeah, so she says,
Now you're guilty
"Oh,
by association, bud.
She says, "Oh, my journal! It was here all along." And as she says that, she goes to move to go get the journal, and everybody else kind of looks over towards the journal as well. Dara and Gordon and Godric. Well, I guess maybe we were wrong about it. And Dara says, "Oh, that's a relief." And then she goes and This is all happening at the same time.
Because I'm Elias, I'm going to, before she goes for it, try a persuasion of like, "Come, now that this is resolved, let's go to the funeral."
Okay, give me a persuasion at disadvantage.
The image I have of Vati dead sprinting after being a deer in headlights is kind of funny.
Full
So-
Naruto run.
Is Gordon still upset at Vati? Is he still brandishing his sword?
No, Godric has now turned his attention towards what's going on over here with Elias in this book. And okay, so Elias, you say what again? Exactly.
Come, now that this is resolved, let us go to the funeral. We have to lay our brethren to rest.
Yes, I will. Let me at least pick up. Where did you put the book when you made the illusion of it?
I'm just gonna have it on her desk, right where it was supposed to be.
Okay, so you put it on the cart because there's basically a cart there and supplies, so you could probably rest it on the side. Okay, so she says, "Oh, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. That's fine. We can do that. I suppose. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, and
It's all right. You're under a lot of stress, and things have been very
and,
intense lately.
and she walks with you towards where Billiam's body is. I suppose maybe a break after all of this might be in order.
Indeed, you seem like you've been under a tremendous amount of pressure, ma'am. Care to share anything to a friendly ear?
No, I don't. I'm in a very sharing mood right now. I think just maybe just taking a minute, and she'll continue walking with you towards the Billiams area, and Dara and Goran and Clyde and Godric will follow as well. Very confused, and the whole way there, they just talk about how they're sorry. They basically apologize to you for getting angry with you, and tell Ippen that she has to be a little bit more careful with her supplies. It's a tense period, but we'll all get through it. And as they move towards the thing, and they completely ignore you, Vati, as you just run away. They completely forget about you almost as you just
Please see campaign chat for exactly what the run looks like.
Mess that up too. I put a lot of work into freeing you, Vati. Like, come on.
I immediately knew what was going on, and I was like, man, I got +5 to stealth. Let's go. Failed that.
Yeah, a 7-foot dragonborn freeing a freaking.
Listen, again, I'm a wizard who performed rogue actions for like a brief 5 seconds. I've won.
If a dragonborn in full armor can stealth enough to free you.
So, I'm assuming you guys plan on returning the journal relatively soon.
Yeah, when we're done reading it.
So at this point,
Kind of depends who has the journal.
At this point, Vati, you run away, and they just completely forget you exist. Basically, after this all pretty much goes on, and they're like, "Oh, the journal was there," and Elias is kind of beckoning them to come over to the funeral, and it's okay. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes, and they all kind of just like, "Yeah, I guess let's go over here." And
right, I'm going to dispel the illusion, of course, so that there's not a illusion of the journal sitting there.
Okay, and
it's gonna last not longer than the funeral anyway, but point is, it's gone.
Okay, so at this point we have Elias, we have Igvis, and Honed are all by the body, correct? Hone's with you. Someone else was by the body. Is that?
Kel was.
Oh, Kel's. Well, what direction would you head off, Kel? So you see this group of people going towards the body, and you saw Vati basically dart off in the direction that Craggle and Honed were headed.
I'm going to leave Vati to his adventures, and I'm going to head back towards the body.
Okay. So at this point, Elias, Kel, Igvis, you guys are over by the body, and Craggle, Honed, Vati, and Marza, you are headed towards Valis. At this point, let's take a brief break. Normally I forget.
That was
about
National
break.
Lampoon's Murder Mystery, dude.
We'll take a brief break. Let's take 5-10 minutes, and then we'll come back and resume.
See, you thought Vati was this serious character. What you didn't know.
All right. Break's over. Okay, so all that craziness, large contingent over by Billiam's body, and then we're gonna pan the camera now to Craggle, Marza, Honed, and Vati. So in that time period, basically. Basically, Craggle and Honed, you're walking towards Valis's camp, and from behind you comes Marza, and she kind of grabs you, Craggle, and you do what, Marza?
Baldur,
know.
lead me.
Come back.
Go into like a stand of trees where we're less visible from camp. And show them the logbook. Ippin's
What?
been pretty sketch. She's really protective of the logbook. I don't know if that's just a character trait, but Vati got it away from her. Figured it would be a good idea to check it out.
Well, she's somewhat of a nervous wreck, but I figured it was just her organization. And I'll take the book, and I want to start from the most recent entries and work my way forward, like back in time.
Okay. Give me an investigation.
Do I have advantage because of all that time?
Yeah, it wasn't tons of time. I'd say just a straight investigation.
All right.
It's a pretty detailed logbook, you know. You're combing over it.
Nat 20, baby.
Hell yeah, brother.
Nice. Yeah, you're able to make sense of this very quickly. Her script is not a problem for you. And as you're going through, you notice a very... there's definitely a very glaring shortage of one specific item. And you actually notice that in that area, the ink that she's writing with is pressed down in the paper like a little bit harder, as if she's writing it, you know, with fury or anger, pressing her quill to the paper harder. But there is a series of missing caroba berries over the last couple days. And you can see that it basically, you believe that somebody, either Ippin or somebody else, has been skimming caroba berries from the caravan.
What do I know about caroba berries?
You remember from session 2 that caroba berries were what you had gone to retrieve for Billiam in order for him to make his ink.
That's it. I'm gonna like frustratedly snap the book shut and hand it back to Marza. It's pointless. We're just missing some berries. They're probably skimming extra food for themselves.
Are you sure that's it? She seemed pretty on edge.
At this point, I imagine Hone has walked a little bit ahead of us from the message that I sent him. So I'm going to look towards Valis. I've got my own leads to follow. And I'll kind of put the book, like, into your body. Like, I don't want it anymore.
All right.
As he presses that book to your body, Marza, and like as you're saying this to her, Craggle, from behind you, bumping into you, Marza, is Vati, just like at a full sprint.
Oh, please tell me you were able to glean something from that book.
Missing berries.
Well, that could be important.
Immediately gonna start walking away, but just before I like maybe get a little too far, I'm gonna stop and turn around to Marza. I'm gonna say, "Thank you. That was." Blade. I'm getting too many names. Vadi as well, and I'll walk off towards where Honed is
Can
going.
I see the log?
Yeah. Yep, go for it.
And I just take the logbook from her. And kind of like tuck it in so that it's not immediately visible to anyone, and continue to walk like, do I see the funeral procession party thing moving along, actually?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, if you take the logbook and you start walking back, you would see kind of everybody already kind of cleared the main caravan site, and you can see him barely in the distance kind of turning the corner to go over to where Billiam's tent campsite would have been.
Okay. Can I actually like stealth my way back to camp?
Sure. Give me a stealth.
Oh boy. Alright, come on, dice. Don't fail me now.
You kick over several pots on your way.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, you definitely move back towards camp, and you trip over like the fire that was there
The
that's
fire.
kind of smoldering at this point, and you kind of burn your foot and visibly give a sign of pain before stumbling back and knocking into the caravan and the main caravan where all the supplies are, and another potted plate or two, kind of crash to the ground and go.
Well, I thought this day was going to go better than yesterday. I don't think it could get much worse.
You quickly look to see if anybody noticed you, but they're already out of your sight at this point, and so.
Thank God. Or whatever God is out there who did. You know what? Fuck it. There's a devil. Not worried about it.
Don't let anyone hear you say that.
Did they take my journal with them, or did they leave it at the cart?
They would have taken your journal with them.
I think Dara has it.
Yeah, Dara had it last, and she would have just kept it with her.
Okay. I'm gonna go try to investigate. I always forget her name. So many names. The Nervous Girls tent. The one that Craggle tried to investigate but didn't see much.
Ippen.
Ippen. Yeah. So you go over to her tent, and to kind of speed things along there, everything that I pretty much described to Craggle, you also see. So. There's nothing that necessarily seems out of the ordinary on first glance, just describing everything. Roll me an investigation check. We'll just do one investigation check, and you can tell me specifically what you'd be looking for. Oh, that's a good one.
I was just going to say that I'm looking for, because I have the log, but I'm looking for any notes that she maybe made to herself, any labels, something that an organized person would write down to remember, but not necessarily want everyone to see.
Yeah. So you do find a journal that is tucked under basically her bedding. That seems to be a personal journal of hers.
Can I take and read it?
You can. So you take it and you start reading it. I will. So basically, in that journal, you don't find anything relating to any of this that you're looking for, but there's a lot of personal notes in there about her feelings towards Pal, and they are not favorable ones that she has towards Pal. She's very annoyed and angry with him and just wants to be rid of him. And he's kind of stuck around, but she feels responsible for him because, he doesn't have anybody else, and he came to her with nothing, and she's almost like a mother figure to him, though she never wanted children anyway, but she has to watch over him regardless, because she can't just leave him out on his own. And kind of a couple other disparaging remarks in that journal that she has towards Pal. And you can see that she also has some notes on the rest of you. Not so much Vatimarza, Elias, and Kel, but on Honed, Craggle, and Igvis, there are some notes in there as well that are more favorable. Thinks that they're generally good people, very curious where they're from. She thinks that Honed is a little messy, and she thinks war specifically, she mentions war, is incredibly messy, a little barbaric. And it just goes on and on about that on notes on different people, which I can send you kind of her disposition on different people.
Sweet. I'm going to actually take that. Yeah. I'm going to take that journal and also kind of tuck it away. I'm going to try to make my way towards, presumably where I've like laid my backpack in one of the wagons. I do have one of those, right? Yeah, I do. Um, and kind of store both of them in there, kind of tucked under, so like if someone immediately looked in the backpack, they wouldn't just see both of those things. And then start heading my way back towards the funeral site.
Okay. Sounds good. You can do that. All right. We'll pan back over to Craggle Honed. Mars, what were you doing again?
Hadn't really decided after that.
It kind of went in
I
two
had a
different
singular
directions.
goal, and now I'm kind of just like, huh. Well, I guess I'll kind of head towards the stuff going on with the funeral if I can see people kind of filtering that direction.
Okay. So you head over towards the funeral area. So most of the camp is over by the funeral area. Craggle, Honed, you continue making your way to Vasha's camp. And I'm sorry, Valus's camp is where you're going, right? Yeah, you get over there, and she seems to be packing up her stuff.
Immediate insight check on her.
Sure.
17.
And you can do the same, Honed, if you want. So, something is definitely off with her, Craggle. As you look at her, she seems, I don't know, rather calm and going about business as is.
We're in a tent?
No, you're walking up to the area where she has her tent, and she seems to be cleaning up and breaking things down, like taking the tent down, rolling it up, compacting it, like as if she's getting ready to basically just move on with the day, like normal, pack things up, go with the caravan.
Okay.
Does she hear us coming?
She doesn't seem to notice you at this point. This is kind of what you see as you're like walking towards her.
Okay, so we're like still like 30 feet away or so.
Yeah. She doesn't seem to notice you right this second unless you like say something or get closer.
If she wanted, not trying to make any assumptions, but if she wanted to bolt, does she have a limited number of directions she could go in?
There's definitely some trees around. Like she could go any number of directions, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming we're kind of walking shoulder to shoulder. I'm gonna put probably like 5 feet of distance between us, so we're kind of spread out a little bit as we're approaching her. And then I'm not gonna like hide my presence. I'm gonna pretty much walk up to her and kind of get her attention with my presence.
Okay. And she turns around and says, "Oh, Craggle, Honed, what can I do for you?"
We've been investigating the recent events. We're talking to pretty much everyone, and you seems you're next in line.
Oh, well. Okay, well, whatever I can do to help. Obviously, I give my condolences for Billiam and what has happened.
Certainly, I'll pass those along. We'll start with the basics. Don't make him do that for this whole thing.
I was just making sure that was like as a character thing.
Okay, wait.
Or just
Yeah, no,
forgetting.
out of character. Am I noticing a lack of her clicking when she's talking, or I'm assuming that's happening in her normal dialect?
You don't hear her clicking when she speaks.
Never assume.
Aha!
She actually, as well, she just has, I don't know, she has this like demeanor or air about her that seems just a little bit different.
I don't know if I want to do it now or later, so I'm gonna ask my question first. We'll start with the basics. Can you tell me about your morning for the last 3 to 4 hours?
The last 3 to 4 hours, well, I spent some time with Gordrick over by the fire on his morning watch. After waking up early, I wasn't able to sleep, and then I remembered I needed to speak to Vasha, and I went over to Vasha and went to her tent. We spoke for just a little bit, and then just about me wanting to help out a little bit more with duties, and we didn't talk for too long. And then I went back towards my tent, and as I was walking back towards my tent, I stopped to talk to Godric for another moment and to bid him farewell for the morning as I went to go get ready, and that's when I heard a scream, and of course went to go see what that was all about, and well, the rest from there.
Do I have to roll another insight and check her story? Because I'm immediately noticing she's saying she saw Godric twice. Godric told us.
Yeah, roll me an
he saw
insight.
her once. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. 13.
Yeah, you don't sense that she's being deceitful in any way with what she said.
You said you spoke with Vasha shortly. What did you speak with Godric about?
Oh, various things about where he's from and what has led him to this area. He was a little hesitant to speak of it at first, but then he opened up to me about, I don't want to detail a lot of his personal information out of respect for him, but I'm sure if you speak to him about what we spoke about, he'll validate that he revealed some personal information to me about his homeland and where he's from.
While she's talking, do I notice any marks on her hands that indicate a scuffle, any blood on any of her clothing? I'm investigating her visage, essentially.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
16.
Yeah, you don't really notice any anything on her that would suggest she was in a recent scuffle or anything like that. No marks or tears in her clothing, no bruises, nothing of that nature.
I'll say I regret to inform you of some of the more gruesome details, but it seems you may have noticed that he had a carving in his chest, and we've in our travels noticed this to do with various cults. And I just thought back that when we met you, weren't you under attack by a cult? Is there anything you could tell us about them?
Well, that's pretty disturbing. Yes, I mean, the cult that was attacking me, I mean, you met them. The red and black cloaks is all that I really saw of them. But, I mean, you took care of them, so unless there are more, but there's
What
not...
were they doing when you saw them?
Oh, what do you mean? They were chasing me.
Before that, did they just pop out of the shadows, or did you walk in on them?
The city had fallen, and I was wandering through the ash and the dust, and they just came out of nowhere. They came out from the sides, from the darkness, while my vision was blurred, and I ran. I ran from them, and that's when I stumbled upon you in the smith, and yeah, that's really all I know.
I'm gonna turn to Hone, but I'm like kind of scratching my chin while I think.
I'll ask Suvasha or Valis. How come you're packing up your tents and getting on for like that we'll be moving out here shortly when nobody else has?
Well, we're gonna have to move out eventually, no?
Eventually is the word.
Well,
Not right any
I don't
time here
know.
shortly.
I'm not sure that I know what else to do at the moment, you know. Get a head start on packing up and pack up the caravan so that when we do leave, you know, I'm ready to go. It's what I would normally do in the morning.
Okay. Were you going to go to this the funeral for Billiam?
I wasn't aware that there was a funeral.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's one going to be here shortly.
Well, I do have quite a lot of work over here to do, but if you know, all of our presence is required, of course, you know, of course I'll come.
Okay.
I put in chat, but I think I'd like to, if I can, Arcana check to. I feel like maybe she might be under a spell or influenced by magic.
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh no. 7.
Yeah, not that you can tell.
I like that I can beat up the dice after I roll it. I was expecting her to just turn into a demon, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, fuck.
Did we just walk with her back to where they're having the funeral?
Does she have any weapons lying around in her campsite?
Make me a perception or investigation, your choice.
Well, I'm supposed to be proficient in investigation. Nope, 7.
Yeah, you don't notice any weapons necessarily in the campsite. In fact, it kind of feels a little odd to you, because everybody else has weapons.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have any weapons at all, you know, on her person either.
Do I see any books? Like, oh
yeah,
man, of course there's books lying around, but do any catch my attention?
Yeah, and you don't. I mean, you're talking like outside of her tent and just around the campfire. There's no
just from where I'm
books
standing.
From where you're standing, there are no books, and you don't think there would be a normal place for books just outside by the campfire. But yeah, you know that she has a bag by her tent that you can kind of see, you know, up against it as she's trying to put stuff down. But
okay. So then, yeah, after what Hone said, I'll kind of step aside. We best pay our respects sooner rather than later. And I'm inviting her to walk ahead of me.
He says, I'll be sure to be along shortly. I do have a couple of things to finish up, but I'll be right there.
Well, then you must understand that I must insist to wait with you with one member already taken down. It'd be a bad idea to leave anyone alone.
All right, if you must.
I'll wait with you as well.
All right. And she will go about doing what she was doing, starting to take some things down. She says, and as she's doing that, she makes talk with you. She says, Have you talked to Pal yet?
I think some of the group were going to do that. We haven't quite huddled up yet.
Because I know Pal visited Billiam often. You know, he might have more information.
When was the last time you spoke with Billiam?
Oh, well, I didn't really talk to Billiam at all. Actually, not that I can think of at all. I've seen him talking to Pal, and I know that Vasha frequented him often as well. But no, I mean, besides those two, I didn't really speak with Billiam. Just not my type.
What kind of duties were you trying to pick up around the camp?
Oh, I just, I thought that I would help with maybe some more of the watches, because I know that you and your crew have been taking many of the watches, and Gordrick and Wellum, take a lot of the watches, and Vasha herself, and I just thought it would be fitting if I could help take on some more duties and watches as well to keep me longer in the rotation.
I mean, no offense, but being on watch is a bit more of a fighter's job. I don't really see any strengths in you that would benefit if we were to be attacked.
Well, I mean, another set of eyes can't hurt, and, if I were to wake anyone else, they could also help along. So, if I were to be stationed on a watch with someone else, such as yourself, I could just be an extra pair of eyes and ears.
Or end up like Billiam. You should be careful where you go. You might end up somewhere you don't want to be.
Well, we should all probably be careful. None of us want to end up like Billiam. It's most disturbing.
I don't know if you're going to make me roll a separate insight, but...
Roll insight for me again. Okay. And roll it at advantage.
Yeah, boy. Give me something.
Because you're specifically looking for something.
I don't know why my rolls are so delayed. Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely I don't know, you get this hint of like she's disingenuous in kind of her concern, for like really anything. She just seems to be kind of going about her business like, all right, it is what it is. And like when she talks about Billiam and like my condolences for Billiam and it's a terrible tragedy and all, she's kind of just saying what she thinks people want to hear, kind of like you don't get this sense that there's really any feeling behind it.
God, I miss detect thoughts so much. Yeah, no, I'm gonna telepathically message to Honed. There's a foul smell in the air. Keep your guard up. Keep ready on this one.
Well, I just did pass gas.
Okay, well, I'm sure we could use the help, but I would maybe suggest somewhere else less dangerous.
Could we get her going towards this funeral?
Is she doing anything unusual? She's literally just moving stuff.
Yeah, she's packing up.
Breaking down the camp, and everybody else is at the funeral.
Yeah.
So, do you when you're talking to her? You're clearly just trying to make nice and kind of move her along to the funeral, right?
Yeah. I'm making casual conversation, making her not too anxious about us, but I'm watching her like a fucking hawk.
Yeah. Okay. So she says, of course, I guess we can head off. I think I've got, most of what I need here right now. So, I suppose let's go to the funeral.
I'll again stand up and gesture my hand out so she walks ahead of me.
She'll walk ahead of you and walk off.
And I'll follow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll follow as well.
Yeah. So she walks off, and she walks off towards the funeral area, and all three of you get over there where people are gathered for the funeral. You notice that two people specifically, as you get over there, are missing. Vasha and Hastri, who nobody has gotten or beckoned to come. Nobody
Okay.
told Basha about it. You guys haven't seen Astrain.
So, I was gonna say the instant I see Igvis, I'm gonna telepathically message him how fucking suspicious I am of Volus, and to like be ready for anything with her. And then noticing Bosch is not there, I'm gonna go get her.
Okay.
Real quick, did anybody do an Arcana check on the scene of like the murder?
No,
Okay.
that'd be more of a detect magic thing, though. Arcana
Yeah.
doesn't like detect magic in the air, which is why I
Right.
was pushing for it on her specifically.
So, are we at the funeral yet?
You are all gathered around. You do notice that Hasterine and Vasha aren't there yet. As people are gathering in, were you planning to wait for everybody?
Maybe. Are they there?
Who's they?
Do I see the do I see any other party members?
So all of the party members would have arrived by now, and then Craggle walks off.
All right. I'm going to kind of gesture to them to come to me in an uncharacteristically not flamboyant way. Subtlety.
Okay.
Do they gather or not yet?
I will continue to Vasha.
Yeah, I'll head over to where you are.
Yeah, I'll go over too. I have a question for everybody.
All right, and so we have everybody but Craigle then.
Yeah. Well, Igvis and Honed to make their own decision. Yeah.
So first, I'm going to mention to some of the meteor-looking guys that Hasterine is missing. And now, I'm going to look at them. Okay, guys, here's the deal. We have everyone here. I think I'm going to try to set it up to get as many people talking about Billiam as possible. If we watch
I have a question first.
Very well. What is it, Marza?
For those who investigated the fort before we came along, what can you tell me about those hands that came from the dark?
Those, what'd you say?
The hands that came from the dark?
Oh, when we were inside the buildings, there's like these ghostly shadow figures that came out of the brick cracks and actually attacked us and sort of like pulled your life force out of you, if that makes any sense, like sunken in face and whatnot.
Yeah,
Out
they
of
caused
character.
you to
They were-
wither more than they caused you to bleed.
Out of character, they were more like wraiths than hands. They were like
Okay.
phantasms. Yeah.
Like actual like shadows.
I'm just thinking about the fact that all of the lights around Billiam were put out and wondering if that darkness wasn't necessarily tied to the fort itself.
You might have made the connection that as soon as you walked in with a torch, or Craggle walked out with his torch, that the fire came back. So when we left the fort, my torch was able to be lit. When we were in the fort, my
Yeah.
torch could not be lit. So you could probably make that connection yourself.
Yeah, and I would just explain that the things that attacked us felt more like they were withering you away rather than cutting you open.
Okay. I still think darkness is a thing to keep in mind.
100%.
That's all.
Anyway, continue.
So, this gives us the opportunity to watch everyone, as well as we now have a list of who exactly is missing. Will this information prove helpful in your search, Vati?
It might prove fruitful if they don't turn on me for some reason.
Marza, I'll have to be putting on a performance. Can you keep note of anyone who behaves suspicious or false in their stories here today?
Already doing it.
Very well. Anything you would like to contribute to the situation before the festivities begin?
I think your mic is freaking out.
I'll be watching the people. I don't care much for the gods.
Very well then.
I'm gonna keep my eye on with Valis, just because of the way she was acting when we were at the camp.
All right. At this point, Elias is going to return to being flamboyant, and he's. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
DM, this point, what time is it roughly?
You've probably been at this an hour now, I'd say. An hour and a half, maybe. So it's about 8:30 ish in the morning. When you had come and discovered the body, it was about 7.
Gotcha, okay.
So Elias is going to stand up now. On is there a podium or anything nearby?
There's not a podium or anything, but I mean, you could stand up on like a cart that's nearby.
Okay, so Elias is going to do that, and he's going to look at them. Dear caravan, we are gathered here to mourn a storyteller, and what better way to mourn a storyteller than of sharing their stories? And so I invite you all today to share either a story with him or a story he told that of how Billiam that touched your life in memory of this storyteller. And I'm going to invite Ippin on stage first.
All right. And Ippin will come on stage, and let's pan real quick back to Craggle, because you probably would be able to get to Vasha and back in this time. So you head and you go to grab Vasha. Do you say anything specifically to Vasha, or just...
No, yeah, is she alone?
She is. She's at her camp, and she's alone. Give me a... Actually, give me a...
My passive insight is 12.
What's your passive perception?
12.
12. She seems to, as you walk up, be studying something in her hands. And then as she sees you, you can see her kind of hide it behind herself.
Could I try to glance at it as it's either being put away or as I'm walking up?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. I can't even see it. Dirty 20.
Yeah, so you're pretty confident it's Billiam's journal.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Craggle. Yes. Have you found out any other information?
We have yet to consolidate, but I believe a funeral is happening for Billiam.
Oh, okay. Well, that is good. Maybe, help bring everybody together.
Certainly. If you don't mind, I was talking to Valis. We were talking to as many people as we could in such a short amount of time, and she relayed to me some information that I just wanted to kind of bounce off you, see how it went. And I was wondering if you could simply tell me, same question I asked everyone, what have you been doing the last 3 to 4 hours?
Yes, well, I woke up early in the morning while Segrin was sleeping. I went to go visit Billiam early in the morning, and I spoke with Billiam for a while, not too long, maybe 30 minutes or so, and then came back to my tent here, and I feel terrible because Billiam, he just seemed down and depressed and distracted somewhat, and I scolded him, and but I came back to the caravan and back to my tent, and it was kind of weird. It looked like my tent flap was disturbed, and like somebody came to come see me, but I, realizing that I'm not there, obviously, and Sacred was sleeping, they must have left. But that was pretty much my morning until, maybe 45 minutes later or so, I heard the screams just as everyone else did.
Fuck. God damn it. I love a good murder mystery. I would like to insight check as a matter of how obviously her story is completely different than the story Ballas gave us. So I'm trying to gauge like who's more confident in their story here is what I'm really trying to gauge.
Okay, give me an insight.
Kill me. 9.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't seem like she's deceiving you in any way.
Right, so she feels real smooth right now. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
When you say you scolded him, how did you go about doing that?
Well, he had I had heard from Ippen that he had been, well, skimming berries from the caravan wagons, and I went over to go speak to him about it, and basically told him that he can't be doing that anymore, and he expressed to me, just how down and depressed he was, which is just unlike Billiam, who tends to be, forgive my words, full of himself, but he was just very down and depressed and lonely almost, and I spent my time scolding him, but I should have helped him, brought him comfort. Maybe this wouldn't have happened. Maybe this was self-inflicted.
I'll just kind of, oh man, I'm trying to give her the face of like, oh yes, that makes total sense, but like what? And I'm gonna just kind of relent. And yes, I appreciate your answers and taking up your time. These are hard times for everyone. I think we should go to the funeral. We don't want to keep everyone waiting.
Yes, yes, of course. That makes sense. Just give me one moment, and she turns to walk inside her tent.
Oh God. I'm just gonna like no social cues whatsoever. Try to follow her.
Okay, and like as you go, she feels you like kind of on her back as she tries to go into the tent and says, "I'll just, if you don't mind, I have some personal effects in here. It just take me a minute. I just need to compose myself and clean up a couple things, and I'll be right out."
Okay, and then I'll kind of like take a step back, and I want to try to peek.
All right, give me a perception. Give me investigation or perception.
Do you want me to do it with stealth?
Give me the investigation or perception first.
No, dude, this game is killing me.
Now give me a stealth.
Oh fuck! At least
Now
maybe
you
that-
feel my pain. Now you feel my pain.
Alright, at least that's okay. Wait, what? Oh, my rolls are showing up way late.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. So you kind of look in and you see her go in, and she seems to just move around some personal effects and everything, and then, quickly composes herself and then moves to come back towards, the tent opening, at which point you pull your head back so she doesn't notice you kind of staring in, and says, "All right, I am ready to go."
I'll just nod, and as we're making our way back, the instant I see Marza, I'm gonna message her. I think the journal is in Vash's tent, specifically Billiam's journal, and I'm gonna message Honed and Igvis. Vasha is lying, and that's it.
Wow, don't even tell Lottie. I see what it is.
I'll tell
Alright.
Vadi too.
Oh, thanks.
You just hear
Body
a
will
voice in
remember.
your head,
Hey,
Craggle,
hey,
that's like,
you-
wow.
You were talking shit to me in the cart earlier. We're getting there, but we're not
Okay.
friends yet.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
At this point, would I be able to start making insight checks on Volus and Vasha because of what Kraggles told me?
Yeah, I mean,
And I imagine Honed would pass off Volus.
yeah, hey, are you interacting with them in some way? Like, what are you trying to just insight?
Well, essentially, during the entire funeral, I'm gonna be watching them specifically.
Yeah, give me an insight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Big.
so, I mean, two things of note. Regarding Vasha, I mean, you notice that she seems a little nervous. She kind of like tries to stay composed, and, she nods and tries to be kind of that leader, but she's definitely nervous about something. And Valis, as you're looking at, I don't know, something like just, she doesn't seem like she cares too much, like she nods her head, as people talk, and but she, I don't know, you get the feeling like she's not as emotional, right, as everybody else is. People are crying, their voices are shaking a little bit. It's a very tense moment, and I don't know, she just doesn't seem to really care.
He's pretty laissez-faire about the whole situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, which way is everybody facing? Are they facing this little cart that's over here?
Yeah, everybody is pretty
Okay, then I
much-
need to go back here. That's what I would have
everybody
done.
is
I didn't realize
facing
which
over
way
here.
everybody was facing. All right, cool. That'll make things easier for later.
He would be over here.
To be clear, are they facing the Elias cart?
They are, let me find Elias on here. They're facing the cart that I'm pinging over here. Like she did.
Would you like to move yourself to the cart, Elias?
No, he's just got his second cell
Yeah, you're like over here, Elias by this cart, and everybody is, facing that cart.
I don't see Vash's token. I specifically want to position myself so I can have both of them in eyesight. Wallace and Vasha.
Let me do that.
Okay, yeah. So I'm specifically watching both of them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to approach Craggle when he gets here. And just say, like...
I'll go ahead and, as he approaches me, telepathically message him, what is it, to establish the connection.
Just wanted to know, like, you were all, like, Vasha's lying. What's she lying about?
Her story didn't match up, and she has Billiam's journal.
Oh, really? So do you think maybe her and Valis are working together?
I'll shake my head at the floor. I don't know, but it's not looking good here. What's going on right now?
At the moment,
Sorry,
know-
that was Tahoned.
oh, sorry.
Oh, right now it's just like sort of like a memorial sort of thing of like everybody's going up there telling a story about Billiam. Pal hasn't been up there yet, so you don't go worry about that.
Or their favorite of all the stories Billiam told. One of the two.
I'll go ahead and kind of like put my arms in my sleeves in front of me, almost like I'm kind of ceremonial standing, but I'm definitely just eyes on Valis and Vasha. And am I able to try to peek to see if Vasha still has the book where she stuffed it? Like it may be poking out or something like that?
Give me a perception. Or investigation. I'll let you use investigation too.
Well, if it was investigation, it would be +3, so one more.
Okay. Yeah, you're kind of looking around to where you saw her kind of move it, and it doesn't. You don't see it like poking out of anything. You know, you don't see any area of her clothing that's disturbed in any way. You know, that would make you think she has it on her person.
Okay, thank you. I'll just watch them.
And people will continue to come up. So, you know, I think you had invited Ippen to come up first. And, you know, Ippen says, I always appreciated, I suppose, Billiam's love of fruit. You know, he always did quite enjoy fruit from the wares. Guess that would be my specific memory of Billiam. And she'll step down. Who would you invite up next?
As the next person gets started, I'd like to make my stealth check like after they get started, so that like people are listening, but not too far in, so that people kind of get bored.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll me stealth, and then who would you invite up next, Elias?
I'm gonna invite Pal up because like this guy meant a lot to him, and I feel like he should be one of the first to speak.
Yeah. So Pal will, you know, move up towards the cart, and yeah, you managed to go away unnoticed, Marza. Pal would come up and say,
Well, there's so many great memories of Billiam. I mean, he was just a really great writer. He helped me with a couple different projects, and, like, even before this whole thing, he was always a great storyteller, when he would come by, pass by the mill, and I would say hi to him every day, and, I would ask him for some examples of some of his stories, and he told me a story once, and, it really just hit home, with me a little bit. It was about a boy who was lost and didn't have any friends, but was able to find one friend that could keep him company, and it just, really meant a lot to me personally.
William was always the friend when we desperately needed one. Out of game, Elias is currently trying to make sure he has the attention of the audience. Is he doing that or not really?
oh yeah, everybody's paying attention to what's going on right now. They're all, focused.
Okay.
And then Billiam will kind of step off. Who would you invite up next?
From here on, Elias is going to try to follow a more funeral-esque procedure. So now he's going to invite, what's the name of the caravan leader?
Vasha.
Ooh, he was not to suspect Vasha.
Yeah, there's Vasha would be so there's like a couple different leaders you've noticed. So like Vasha seems to be the people person, but like Dara and Gorin seem to be like the true leaders, but not like publicly. You know what I mean?
I'm going to invite Dara next to that.
Okay, and Dara will come up, and she'll say, "The Lord of the Rack, preaches that through suffering we can find enlightenment. And I know that Billiam has suffered. He has suffered greatly. Billiam was not afraid of suffering and to be himself around even those who did not approve of his behavior. He was able to certainly find a true sense of self-worth. And that is probably what I appreciated about Billiam the most, though I don't necessarily share his personality or his views. But I can appreciate his unabashed feeling of self and confidence in self." And she'll step down.
Elias is going to invite Goran next, because I want to get, kind of the leadership going so everyone feels comfortable talking up now. Game question, because this is about to become very relevant. Have you guys told Elias you suspect Vasha?
No, I'm the one that became aware of that, and I only sent to Marza that the journal's in Vasha's tent, and I sent to the Fist guys to not trust Vasha.
Yeah, she's on the list of people he needs to invite up, and she's, honestly next.
Yeah, no, I would love to see what she has to say.
Yeah, so Elias is going to stand. Vasha, as our brave leader, what advice do you have for us in these trying times? And what can you say about good Billiam?
Sorry. So Goran, you're talking about right now?
He'd probably go to Vasha because
Vasha. Okay.
I kind of I've invited his loved ones, the informal leader, and now I'm inviting the formal leader.
Yes. She says that I always appreciated that Billiam was a great storyteller. He contributed quite a bit already to our caravan. I'm sure that he wrote down many a note about our journey and our travels, and I am sure that we were all enlightened and made more aware of our circumstances that have helped us keep a more watchful eye on our surroundings, especially his foretelling of the night of the Red Coup. It really, I think, put us all, on guard and made sure that we recognized the situation that we're in and didn't become too complacent. His storytelling abilities were quite good, and I'll always remember that about Billiam.
Elias probably ran an insight just because the tone she was talking with did seem to sound hollow there.
Okay, roll me an insight again.
It was currently at 12. I can re-roll if you'd like.
Well, yeah, re-roll it, just because I didn't ask for it yet. And anybody else can insight as well, if anybody else wants to make a check as well at this point.
My new roll is 17.
So, I guess I'm not gonna, because she didn't really say anything.
Yep.
So.
And what exactly are you trying to glean, Elias, from your insight?
First of all, guilt or indifference. Most of what he's been looking for is sincere signs of grief or at least shock. And that's kind of why he invited Ipin up first. He wanted to see if she was suspicious at all, and so on.
You kind of get the sense that at first seemed like she was kind of gathering herself because she didn't know exactly what she was going to say. But I don't know. You get this this sad mood about her. She's definitely saddened, but not like you see. There's a sense of grief there, but in some other way, her mind seems to be elsewhere.
I think on this one, at the very least, I think Elias is going to be watching her closer as he continues with the funeral proceedings.
And you wouldn't get that information, Igvis. She definitely seems sad. Just in general. All right, who else would you invite up to speak?
This is going to do, actually, because she sounded very empty. And then he's going to kind of whisper to her, like, "Come now, advice and words for a brave leader on how we will protect the rest of the caravan could mean the world to them."
Oh, all right. I suppose that would be good. And she says, I would just like to say that that we have great leaders among us. You are all very special to this caravan in many different ways. You all have very many special gifts, and our new friends here, as she points to each of you, the characters, are on the case, and they are doing great work, diligent work, in order to find the one who is truly responsible for Billiam's death. You can rest assured that we are safe in their hands, and that together we remain strong, and we will get through this, and we will make it to Baldur's Gate. Thank you. She will step back down.
Can I make a narrative declaration?
Yeah.
So as Rhea is stepping down, Elias is going to feel the hairs on the back of his neck kind of like creep up, a small pressure in the back of his mind as a disembodied whisper just kind of says, "Phallus, Phallus, Phallus, Phallus."
Okay. That is about what Elias was. Is there another famed storyteller in this caravan?
No.
Not
don't
that you're
think
aware
so.
of.
Because we had Billiam, who was a storyteller, and Elias fancies himself a great storyteller. But he needs to hand out off the Master of Ceremonies for what he is about to do next. Because I presume I'm at disadvantage on any stealth check right now.
Yeah, I would even say that you can't really stealth right now. Anything you do, people will clearly see you because they're all staring at you, waiting for you to say another name.
Proceed.
Goran,
Goran.
perhaps you should come and tell our stories, your stories next.
And Goran will step up.
Alright, and after Goran, Elias is going to open it to a more general storytelling because he obviously doesn't know anyone by name. But I think he's got it lubed up enough now to keep the show going after he steps away.
Okay, so you step away, and where do you go?
Before he steps away, he makes a speech inviting all who have their stories to come up and share them.
All right. So Goran says, "Yes, well, I must echo what Dara said. I know that Billiam was unabashedly himself, and I must say that is something that I definitely at least respected about him, that he could be himself in the face of those who would have him be otherwise. And it is through his suffering that he has gained enlightenment, and I am sure that Ilmater watches over him in the next life that he lives." and he will step down. And at that point, everybody kind of looks around. Nobody else seems really, willing to kind of go up and share. And
Oh, so there are no other stories without Elias calling people?
and Vasha will kind of go up when nobody really goes up right away. And what are you trying? So I noticed you said you want to stealth. What are you trying to do with your stealth?
Well, remind me again, what was the name said? Was it Valus or Vaccia? Because I'm...
For you, Craggle.
It was Valus.
Alright, so was it the one
Sorry, I
who's
was
up
on
there
mute.
right now? Because I'm bad with names.
This one right here.
If you hover your mouse over, it'll show the name.
Yeah, so you're next to Valis right now.
Okay, so yeah, Elias is going to encourage her to go up and talk as well.
Give me a persuasion check.
Very well. Remember, he's going to be doing this in front of everyone, so she has to publicly refuse. That
Oh,
Wow.
So
that was a accidental roll.
well, I'ma keep it anyway. So I'll give you the nat 20, 'cause that's what it was. And she will step up. Yes, I can say a couple things. And she steps up and she says, "What has happened to?"
Can I? Fuck. Does a target who's been hexed know who hexed them?
I don't know. Can you link hex for me again? I feel like they would.
A display in VTT.
It's verbal, somatic, material. Yeah,
I'm in the back, and my material is my arcane focus.
Yeah,
I can go
it's
for stealth.
It is
Okay.
verbal and somatic. I would. I mean,
If I stealth rolled on it, could I get away with it? I imagine they probably feel that they're hexed, especially with the nature of my magic. But would they know it's me?
yeah, I would say that you would believe that she would at least feel that
Okay.
something has happened to her, but
Okay.
it's possible you could stealth so that people don't notice that you're the one who did it. But you're pretty confident that she would know something's wrong with
She
her.
would instantly know she's been hexed,
Yeah.
right?
Elias is watching her with a passive insight of 15 for now.
Fuck. I can't. If I roll the stealth and I fail the stealth, I can't take it back, can I?
No.
Okay, I understand.
Would he have advantage on stealth, though, given he's in the back and everyone else is focused elsewhere?
No, I'd say it would just be a
Yeah,
simple.
no, I'm in a crowd essentially. Oh man, it's so fucking tempting. So what I want to do is hex her just to give her disadvantage on charisma, so her speech sucks and she kind of like slips up or something. Is that something you would even allow or say could happen as a part of my hex?
Yeah, I mean, you could choose charisma, and that would apply skill checks are ability checks.
Right.
So, literally by use of the spell, it would give her disadvantage on any charisma-based skill checks.
Fuck. I'm gonna go for it.
Okay.
Just roll it.
I'm gonna roll stealth. Oh god, that's good.
Panic in your voice.
You know what? On my Beyond sheet, it cocked it to a 3. I was like, ah. So then, yeah, I cast Hex.
Let me just
And I
look
give her
at
disadvantage on Charisma.
a couple people. Okay. Yeah, so you cast it pretty stealthily. You don't think anybody noticed what you
Pretty
were doing.
sure Igvis would see me reach into my pouch and just hold on to my focus in my pocket and start muttering under my breath. And a kind of a, maybe like a slight bit of darkness kind of emanating off of his form.
My passive perception's only 13, so.
I'm right next to you, and you've seen me do this before.
Well, yeah.
And it's just flavor. So, anyway.
Fair enough.
So she, you see her kind of like get up there and then, kind of stumble a little bit while she's up there. And she says, I suddenly feel
Cite her after that, though.
strange. What did you say?
The stumble, Elias is going to be watching her to see anything that's off with her. Would the 15 passive insight at least catch she had a spell?
I have your passive insight in the back of my head, so I'll keep it in mind. But at the moment, you just see what you see and hear what you hear. And she kind of stumbles and says, I seem very, I don't know, strange. It just woozy all of a sudden. What was I doing up here again? Something.
You were giving a speech for our dear Billiam.
And you see her kind of scan the crowd. She pauses and doesn't say anything for a moment, and she just kind of scans the crowd and looks across at everybody. Says, Billiam was strange, yeah, for sure. He was there was definitely some good qualities, though. We'll miss him. I'm sure. I didn't know him well, but yes, I'm sure that he'll be missed, especially for the stories and stuff. So I think, I'm sorry. I just need to take a second. And she steps off the cart and she says, I'm sorry, everyone. I think I might need to lie down for a moment. And you'll see her start to walk away.
Well, you seem ill. Let me escort you back.
Yes, all right. That sounds all right.
I'll follow.
What's Vasha doing right now?
Also, where's Vasha's tent in relation to Vollus's?
What's Marza doing?
Okay, yes, let's take a second.
Totally not rifling through the waiter's tent.
We'll take a second to just quickly pan this scene to Marza. So Marza, you do get to Vasha's tent. What do you do when you arrive? There's nobody around at Vasha's tent. You know where her tent is, as everybody does. What specifically do you do when you arrive?
So Craggle mentioned the journal. I'll search specifically in places where I know people will generally hide those types of things. In the linens, maybe if there are any bags in there, kind of check the bottom of those.
Give me an investigation check. Yeah, so you see there's a bag, a backpack kind of in the corner of her tent, and kind of hastily put behind that backpack, you find the journal.
Okay, cool. So I'll grab that, and then look around for anything else that might be suspicious. Any signs of blood?
Yeah. So we'll just use your like investigation check for the tent, and you don't notice anything else specifically in that tent. No signs of blood, no signs of ripped clothing, nothing like that.
Okay. Then I'll get out of there quickly now that I'm done.
Okay. And I shared Billiam's journal with you in level 2 handouts.
Okay.
If you would like to take a look at that. When you get out of the tent, what's your next move? Is it to
I'll
read
move kind
the
of in a
journal
roundabout.
to...
Yeah, I move kind of in a roundabout way towards the funeral, but not the way that people will take back. Sort of in the woods kind of behind. So that I can read that but still have an idea of what's happening.
Okay. So your goal is to be in the woods around where the funeral is, but not within sight.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and move yourself on whatever side of the woods you want to be on and roll me a stealth.
Okay. Sorry, it's moving kind of slow for me on Foundry. Disregard the path I'm taking to get there.
It's all right. I might actually have to put you in certain places because there's like invisible walls to...
Yeah. I'm trying to get myself where I have like a sight line of things, but still can't really be fully seen.
Do you want to be...
Oh.
So if you ping for me where on the
there,
map you want to be... There's good?
Out there, yeah.
Okay.
I don't...
And then
well, if I can tuck myself back a little bit because I want to have cover, but...
Yeah. You can keep your token there and, you're tucked behind a rock or...
All right, and then you want to stealth check, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, that was a nat one.
So as you kind of like get to that spot, there's
so close.
There's a couple different... there's like a rock face on each side of you there in that area, and you kind of climb through the trees and you're doing pretty good, and then you kind of grab a branch to kind of help lower yourself into this little area between the two rocks, and the branch just breaks on you and you go kind of crashing down to the ground between the rocks. And this is about the time where Valis kind of stepped down and was walking away, and you see like a couple other people turn around.
Can I do maybe an athletics check to just sprint back to the camp?
Wait, can I see?
Actually, no. I'm gonna.
Can I see that it's Marza?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna instantly like put my hand up to the crowd, like, wait, don't go, and then I'm gonna motion Vadi to follow me, and I'm gonna take off running towards her.
I'm gonna stow the journal real quick, just quickly in my leathers.
Did anything come of that roll that we did?
The roll that you did. You're gonna have to remind me which roll was it.
The sleight of hand.
Oh yes. So yours is successful. So what exactly are you trying to...
I was just trying to steal anything useful.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't particularly looking for the journal because my character doesn't know about the journal or anything.
Valuables, weapons. What are you? So like you'll notice she has, weapons on her. You know that which might, you could probably take like a dagger that she has, and be able to take that from her. She has a rapier. You could probably cut off the piece that has where the rapier goes into that's attached to her belt, and you could probably cut that off and take that from her if you wanted to try and like disarm her. There are also she has like pouches of coins on her as well, but she doesn't have like a backpack necessarily of other items on her.
Screw it. I will disarm her. I will take her rapier.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't notice you taking it, so you have her rapier, which you
Sweet,
just
and
cut
then
off her belt.
Then I'm gonna come over here by Craggle.
Okay. Okay, so you hold up your hand, and everybody kind of waits for a second, but they continue just to watch you as you go over to Marza.
There's some wall action, so I run up to her, and I'm gonna I want to position myself so that my back is to the crowd, and I'm gonna kind of just not like full on flex my wings out, but spread my wings a bit to provide cover, line of sight cover, and just be like, "What did you find?"
I'll show William's journal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're really quiet. You said you showed me the journal.
Oh, sorry about that. I'll show you that I have the journal.
Can you keep it safe? Can you keep it hidden?
I'll do my best. Actually, might be best for you to have it. They'll be less suspicious of you. I just fell out of a tree.
Because I'm over here, right? So wait, journal. Whose journal did you take?
I'll explain
Williams.
later.
Is everything okay over there?
And I'll swipe the journal and stuff it in the sleeve of my robe.
Did you guys know that he had such big wings? I don't remember that.
And I'll nod at her and just go back to camp.
Indeed, he has majestic wings. Now, Kel, would you like to perform rites?
I'll turn to Vadi. We have Billiam's journal. Let's lay low for now. And
I'm gonna motion to the rapier in my hand because I like to imagine that I kind of just have it in my hand.
Do I recognize it as Vasha's rapier?
You know it as a rapier, and you know
Okay.
that Vasha has a rapier. Not necessarily that it's her rapier, but you might be able to inference it.
So I'm gonna raise an eyebrow, confused, and then narrow my eyes, no, you fucking didn't. And then just shake my head and walk back towards the group.
And Gordrick's like, "Is everything okay over there?"
It was just a fallen branch and nothing to worry about, thankfully.
Why, you are a strange lot. I'll give you
Strange
that.
things seem to happen at this caravan. I'm having deja vu. Did we have this conversation with somebody else?
And Vasha says, all right, let's, suppose, are you okay, Marza?
Yeah, I'm alright. I
Oh, I
mean, I prefer to kind of stay in the distance. So I was kind of just trying to get a nice little vantage point where I could see everything, but not be seen. I don't really like being around people too much.
All right. Well, I don't know. I suppose the memorial here is done. I guess we should perform those final rites as you said, Elias and Kel, and bury the body. But we'll I think that we will leave you to that. Thank you for all of this, Elias, for organizing this. I think Billiam would have liked it.
Indeed, the man deserved a good send-off.
All right, everyone. If we can get back to the main camp, I think it's time that we start packing up. In the meantime, we do still have places we need to go, and we shouldn't linger here. And I'm sure that our companions here have a lot to think about and discuss amongst themselves. Please, let's be off. And she will start heading back as well. So Valis, started heading back a little early. And Igvis, you said that you were going to follow Valis?
Yeah, I'm gonna walk her back to her tent.
Okay. So you walk with her back to her tent, and the other, your hex has a range, right?
No, not once it lands.
Once
it
it lands.
lasts for up to 1 hour, unless they use the remove curse spell.
Okay.
Elias is gonna try to head where Igvis is now.
I'll just go ahead and say, like, yeah, I would probably, if she's calling everyone away, I'm gonna duck behind this whatever a tent or a car or whatever. And as soon as I'm out of eye shot, I'm gonna rip out the journal and start reading like the most recent entries.
Okay, and I will do this. Okay, go ahead. You can. You should have access to it in level 2 handouts.
And for brevity, I'm like giving Cal and Vadi the spark notes, and if Honed is with us, him too.
Okay. I think everybody would then have access. Well, Igvis walked away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. The spark notes of like how I got the job. I'm telling him what just happened, essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
From my perspective.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. So that is available to you now. And Igvis, you follow Valis. So you go with Valis back to her tent while they are reading this journal. And you just walk her all the way back. She gets back. She says, "Thank you, Igvis. I'm not sure what came over me. I think I just need a moment."
It's perfectly fine, Valis. Everything seems a little off. Are you sure you're okay?
Yes, I do think that I will be okay. You know, just a lot has happened, obviously. So
I also couldn't help but notice, but your normal dialect seems to have changed. Did you try to change your accent?
Give me an insight check.
Hey.
You notice she kind of like widens her eyes, and she stammers a little bit before she speaks. Clearly, she's a little shocked that you noticed that, and not sure exactly what to say. She said, "Oh yes, I. Sometimes it goes away. It's just a speech impediment. that I have, and give me an intelligence history check if you got it."
Well, we do already know that, because we discussed this earlier when we first met her, that she was, 1, illiterate from what we could tell, and 2, like, not necessarily highly intelligent in her society, just because of,
Okay, yeah, that's what I was basically going to let you know. So, you know that she's of Termish descent, which you realized the other session when you guys made those checks, and that she is illiterate. She can't read or write, and you know that the Termish people, that is a common kind of dialect and way of speaking amongst the Termish people. Like, it's not a speech impediment of any sort. You know what I mean? You recognize the way she was talking was very authentic in, the dialect of the Termish people.
But I also know that it comes and goes, or at this point, it's
no,
like,
it's not something that comes and goes. It's just a way that it's an accent, a way that people speak from that part of the world.
Yeah, so I'll just try and make it very clear that I'm like, you can stop lying to me at any point here.
Lying? What do you mean? And as you say that, she kind of like starts to back away from you.
Does Vati happen to notice any of this, or are they too far off?
They're back at Valis's camp, so Igvis went to lead her back separately
Oh,
while
okay.
the rest of you are over here.
I don't want to
Okay.
take her down right now, but I'm gonna be prepared to like chase her if I have to, and just say, clearly something is different, and I just want to know what it is.
And she kind of stares at you for a second. And she says, "What languages do you speak?"
I have Abyssal in common.
She speaks something in a language that you don't understand. And then she, her demeanor goes from like defensive to very clearly angry. And she says, "You'll regret not staying out of this." And she attacks you. I am going to need some. Let me create the encounter initiative.
Right now, or are we?
Well, so let's see.
I just wanted.
I want to
to
do
the
this
counters
fight.
ready.
I want to do this fight. I
Okay,
want to.
it is-
Fuck my job.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. It's up to you guys. So this would be the start of initiative, and it's only Valos and Igvis in this initiative at the current moment.
Can I know Ballas's CR rating?
So, we can do this. We can do this fight if you want to. I'm fine staying up and doing this. It's up to you guys. You have, you tell me.
I mean, worst case scenario, say a lot of people get involved. How long do you think it would take, Mac?
Well, I don't know. It's really
You
hard
could
to
give an
tell with.
estimate. I know with role playing, it's
Yeah, with combat, it's like really tough to tell because you don't know how many people are going to get involved or not. But if it's just Igvis and Valis, I mean, I don't know. It could, if it's a one-on-one, it could be
quickly.
it could be quick, or it could be, also like, a while, depending on how much they go back and forth. I don't know. It really, honestly, not sure.
yeah, I'm down to go for it.
Do it.
Sure.
Please.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I was good to roll the initiative so that the combat's actually started.
All right.
And she doesn't
Make
get
sure
a
you-
drop on me or anything because I was prepared for her to do something.
For everyone else, make sure you have your token selected when you roll initiative, or it won't go in the combat tracker.
Anyone roll or just those two now?
Just those two for now, I think.
Yeah, just these two for right now. Okay. So you are ahead of her. Let's for now, I'm gonna, we'll actually use this same map here. So I'm just gonna move kind of everyone over here. I'll move you all basically to the side of the map. Igvis, we'll put you by the fire. Okay. There we go. We got all that stuff out of the way. So she's like backing up towards her tent. So we'll like put her here. And she says something. And you see behind you and hear.
I'm sorry. Don't tieflings know infernal?
My language came up as Abyssal when I chose Tiefling.
Weird. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so behind you, you see two creatures appear. And yeah, let's start this. You are at the top of initiative, Igvis, and so yeah, she does this. She says this. These two creatures appear behind you that look like this, and
Gross.
yeah,
Big
and
Bertha.
she pulls out 2 daggers. What do you?
2 daggers. Okay.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Your turn.
So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is, all right, I'm gonna get right over here, which is 20 feet of movement. I'm going to attack this one with all the things. So with my short sword, 20 to hit.
20 will hit.
Okay, for 5 points of damage.
Okay.
Then I will spend a key and do a flurry on it for 2 more strikes. I'm assuming a 7 doesn't hit.
7 does not hit.
Okay, and a 22
22 does.
for an additional 5 points of damage.
Okay.
And then use the rest of my action to back up here. Which I'll take an attack of opportunity from this guy.
Yep. $20 to hit
Yep.
for that much damage
Okay.
as it bites out at you.
And then once I get there, I'm going to immediately just start calling and be like, hey guys, we got problems.
All right.
Problems, you say?
So you are at the opposite end. So basically, Volos's camp is the opposite side of the area that Billiam's camp was. So you're trying to shout through the camp and then over into Billiam's camp. So everybody else give me a perception check.
Wait, weren't some of us heading over there, though? Because I know Elias would have headed over afterwards.
Well, this happened like while Marza fell and all that other stuff happened, and Igvis was the only one that left basically while that stuff was happening.
And for some reason, I thought Elias was kind of with me because he said he was going to walk her back too. But did that stop?
Elias I was originally planning on it, but too much happened and he got sidetracked.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
So, Honed, you hear Igvis call out for help.
Hey guys, I just heard Igvis holler,
Go ahead.
hollering for help.
So everybody at this point can enter initiative.
Okay, and just to be clear, so you just like click your token?
Yeah, click
You
your
click your
token,
token,
and then roll initiative.
Fuck yes.
Oh, well, that's awful.
I think D&D Beyond actually hates me. I think it has a vendetta.
1 and then 2 on the next roll. That's terrible.
So we'll say that it takes you guys from where you are to
Mad dashing. Absolutely. Like, if I heard
Yeah,
it.
cue body run again.
Yeah,
If
it
Ho-
probably would take you like 2 to 3 rounds to get to him.
Oh,
We'll say 2 to be generous.
When can we see them, though? Because that's more important.
Yeah, I'd say after 2 rounds, you'll get to like the edge corner of the map where you guys are now. Okay, so you move back and then you call for help. Is that it, Igvis?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Volus is up. And she again says something in a language that you cannot understand, and I'm gonna need, as she waves her hands and this blue energy kind of comes out of her palm and towards you, I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw from you.
19.
As she casts some sort of spell, you can feel your body start to stiffen up. But in your mind, you hear, hold still. But you are able to resist it and gain control of your limbs. Then she casts another spell, and behind you, a spectral dagger appears right next to you. And it attacks you. $19 to hit.
What's with these rolls, man? Yeah, that hits.
All right.
Man, D&D Beyond just hates us today.
We had a few good ones.
It giveth and it taketh away, I suppose.
For 6 points of damage.
Oh shit! How's this? How you doing, Igvis?
Ending, but not by much.
Oof.
Big oof.
And then she moves up to you. And that is her turn. Next. All right. This thing's up. It is going to move. It moves there. It does not attack you. And this one moves here. And also does not attack you. Next, so this is the one round you guys are currently running. Igvis, your turn.
Okay. So for me, I'll take the disengage action
Okay.
and fly 40 feet directly into the air. Straight
Okay.
up.
Sounds good. You are 40 feet up high. And that would be
and
your
you know what?
action and a movement.
I'll actually spend a key point to use Step of the Wind to do that. So I'll take one attack before I fly straight up in the air.
Okay.
On the same one that I hit a second ago.
Sounds good.
There it is. 12.
12 will hit.
Okay. For 8 points of damage.
And as you stab that one, it crumbles into a pile of goo that just oozes and then sinks into the ground as a flame kind of comes up and encompasses it and then burns anything that's left away.
Okay. And now I'll fly the 40 feet directly up.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Valis is up. Valis is going to... Valis will cast another spell. And I need you to make me another wisdom save.
Ooh. 10?
10 will not do it. And you hear in your mind a voice again say, "I said, be still." And your body stiffens up, but again, you're not able to fight it this time as your wings kind of like collapse back in, and you fall down to the ground. You're paralyzed as per hold person. And you fall 40 feet, and falling damage in 5e is you take, is it 1d6 for every 10 feet, I think?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Is his flying magical?
It is not.
Then I don't think he falls because he's just restrained, right?
He is paralyzed.
He's paralyzed with hold person. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So he loses pretty much usage of his wings.
30-foot fall takes 3d6, so yeah, 46 then.
Okay. So you'll take this much damage.
Which I'm sure is just going to knock me out, so...
13 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm at 0.
All right. So that is her whole turn. This remaining creature will attack you once, and you will get 1 death saving throw failure automatically as it hits you.
There we go.
And let's see, this is round 2. So beginning of round 3, Hone, do you arrive where you are on the scene? You see Valis there. There is a spectral dagger floating near Igvis, and there is that creature that I just showed standing by Igvis as well. What would you like to do?
I am going to move my character the 25 feet and probably just hold my turn because I don't think I would reach them.
Okay, so go ahead and move your character. I would say you're all like around the same area, right? 1, 3.
And then, yeah, I'll just hold my turn.
Okay, so you're just going to take 1 movement there, and then, so you can, like, ready an action, or you could, you can always dash, too, remember?
Yeah.
It's up to you. You could ready an action, or you could take, if you have anything at range, you could do that. Or you can say, if this happens, I do this with your action.
I'll actually dash. I'll move another 25 feet.
Okay. Go ahead and move then.
Okay, that'll be my turn then.
Okay. Igvis, give me a death saving throw.
A success!
Awesome. 1 success, 1 failure.
Dude, it might actually break me if Igvis dies. I'm not lying.
Craggle, you're up.
Okay. We're gonna move the 30 feet that I'm allowed. No, we're not. We're gonna move 15 feet to there. I'm gonna see Igvis on the ground with Valis standing over her, and I'm just gonna kind of let out a draconic roar at her as I reach into my pouch and pull out a bright green emerald. My eyes flash purple, and I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver on her.
Nice. What kind of save is that from me?
That is an intelligence saving throw.
He is still hexed, right? Because that lasts
I
an hour.
am with
I gave her disadvantage
charisma.
Oh, no, I just meant if it hits, you still get extra damage.
Yeah. Fails.
All right.
So she takes 2. And you know what? It does not give hex damage because hex damage specifically says when you hit with an attack.
Yeah, this would not apply then.
Right. So
So
she
she
takes 2 psychic damage and she gets -1 d4 on her next saving throw.
Okay. and she goes, "Ah!" as she holds her head and then looks up at you, points down to Igvis on the ground, and says, "You're next."
I will say she probably feels a familiar feeling as to the hex spell.
And she is up. She is going to... You're going to see the dagger that she... this spectral dagger move towards you. And then she is going to... What are you holding at the moment? Just your spell, the orb?
Yeah, my arcane focus orb, yeah.
Okay. She is going to cast a spell and then move towards you. Give me a wisdom save.
Okay. Nat 20.
Nice. You hear in your head, as you hear another voice say, "Get down and grovel." But you resist the urge to do so.
I'll smile back at her and telepathically message, "The only one going down is you."
She hisses.
As I'm bleeding on the floor.
Does she have fangs?
She does not.
Okay.
Elias, you're up. What would you like to do?
I'm rusty on 5e rules. I get a bonus, a move, and an action.
Correct.
Okay, so for my move, I'm going to move 30 feet to... I believe I can move 30 feet, right?
Yes.
Make sure to move your token on the actual map in Foundry.
The square is 5 feet, so I can move 6 squares, right?
Yeah, 6 squares.
Yeah. If you want to measure, you can hold down control as well to be like, I'm going to take this path. That kind of thing.
I believe that's where Elias would want to be. Can I see Igvis from where I am?
Yeah, you can see Igvis.
So I'm now going to use Invoke Duplicity.
Okay. Okay, so you create a second one of you?
Yes, and the other me is by Igvis.
Okay.
And then I'm a little unclear on Invoke Duplicity. Can I fake voices coming from the illusion?
Well, it says you create a perfect illusion of yourself the last 1 minute until the illusion appears in occupied space. As a bonus action, you can move the illusion.
You cast spells, but you use your own senses, so I think the verbal would be you.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Note is fake Elias is close to them. Real Elias is keeping his distance.
Okay. Sounds good, and I put another Elias on the map. This creature is up. This creature will... let's see. High, it's going to try to attack the fake Elias. Low, it will try to go for Hones.
Quick question. Elias, you did your bonus action. Did you want to take an action or hold an action?
What's up?
Well, you did your bonus action to do the invoke duplicity. You still had an action.
It's an action, I think, right? Not a bonus
Yeah, it's
action.
an action to summon it. I can
as
use
an
it as a
action.
bonus action.
Okay, did you want to take a bonus action then, or no?
I like where it's positioned right now.
How does this work with being attacked?
Illusion.
Yeah, it just passes through it like nothing's there.
Okay.
She gets
But
a
the
will
creature
save.
would be able to know, or do I have to
No,
make some-
she's interacted with the illusion, so she gets a save to know it's an illusion. Note she's under Hex, so the save would be at disadvantage.
The hex is Von
Oh.
Valis.
Yeah, it's the beast, not Valis.
Can you repeat that?
The
It's
beast
the
is
beast,
attacking
not-
the illusion, not Valis.
So that's how it works. It gets a save though to notice it's an illusion.
Isn't that how illusions work in 5e? I know that's how they work in
I think
3.5.
if you interact with it, you instantly know it's not an
that's-
illusion.
That's what I think it is. In
Let
5e.
me pull up the rule.
I know it's
Well,
a save.
It is going to attack the illusion either way. You can look at the rule, and I'll look at it too. But it's going to do it. Its hand is going to pass through, and that's going to be its turn. Vati.
I was looking at it pretty recently, and it does. You can tell it's an illusion once you've touched it.
Okay,
It's
here it
basically
is.
like you have to take an action.
If a creature uses an action to examine the sound or image, the creature can determine its illusion with a successful intelligence save versus your spell save DC.
That's if I were to like investigate it, but if I interact with it and like put my hand through it, I think it's supposed to.
That makes a lot of
Automatically
sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like if it's a wall of fire, you would have to take an action to be like, is this a wall of fire?
I
Or you can
don't
just
think
walk
it's
up to it.
dispelled though. I think it just knows it's an illusion now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It knows but the illusion isn't dispelled or anything.
So it's my turn now?
Yes.
Okay, so start of my turn, bonus action, Bladesong, I think it's called?
This is as perfect illusory self, though, which says you have to make the intelligence save upon touching.
Oh, if it's specific in that
Where
spell.
it says it. Where does it say that?
Closest I can find to the perfect illusion, because remember, this is a better illusion than most. This is a divine illusion, not a human illusion. Is perfect illusory self, which
Oh, but that's something different though.
yes. But what does it mean that it's a perfect illusion? 'Cause
I mean,
what fact the word's there
What
means
level?
it's
What level
something
spell is that? What level spell is
Yeah,
perfect?
I'm just gonna say for now that it recognizes it's not an illusion, and we can look at it later between sessions just to keep things moving along, because I think that makes sense to me. Okay, what do you want to do, Vati?
Okay. I'm going to activate Bladesong. Basically whip my orb out. It does a fancy thing. Lights me up. I get +3 to my bonus AC. Walking speed increases by 10 feet. And I have advantage on acrobatics checks and +3 to con saving throws. I'm going to move. No, please select not the. Okay, fine. Move up here next to Craggle. I'm gonna take out my whip and then make it attack, because it does have reach. I also have an additional, as a bugbear, additional 5 feet of reach. So that should be.
Yeah, that's 10.
Okay, sweet.
Cool.
Where's the button? It should be this one. So to hit, I'll just. The 23 hit.
It most certainly does.
Okay. That's 4 slashing damage.
Yeah, for sure. She takes some damage. She was not happy with that.
It's fine.
So that's bonus action, move, and action.
Yep.
So that should be everything. Marsa.
Real quick, is Kel anywhere in the initiative order? I don't see
Kel,
his
did
roll.
you roll initiative? Let me put you in here.
I just figured I rolled so low that Kel should at least be going before me.
Yeah, I don't see
But
Kel
I'm
in the
fine
initiative
rolling
either,
anyway.
but I just added him. Kel, what was your initiative roll? Did you actually roll initiative?
He did not. Cal, are you still here?
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
We lost Cal.
Oh no!
Kel, are you okay?
Oh no! Okay, I think he might have stepped away.
Wait, you're
just figured he
muted.
wasn't in the fight.
The
Kel's
devil
a-
spawn got him.
Oh no, Elias is muted. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong name.
Oh, thought I heard Kel for a second.
Yep, Kel's here.
Oh,
Okay.
there you are.
What
There we go.
what did you roll for initiative? Or roll initiative for me.
Make sure your token's selected. Are you sure you're here, Cal?
All right, there we go. Okay, cool. Cal, let's, we can backtrack that a second. Let's have Cal go and then Marza, and then we'll go back to Hones. Cal, what do you want to do? So you basically heard Igvis call out for help, and then you rushed over with the rest of the group to see what was going on, and Igvis is down on the ground, bleeding out, and Valis is hovered over his body with this weird demonic creature of blubbery goo overneath him, and she is attacking the group. And you are where you are on the map at the moment.
Okay, 1 second. My Foundry froze.
Refresh should fix that.
I mean, I will say that you are within walking distance of Valis, and you could, walk up to her and strike her if that is something you'd want to do. And I can, in the meantime, move your character.
Yeah, I want to pull both greatswords out. While doing that, so I want to use my Fire Breath as my first opening attack.
Okay. When you say you pull out both your great swords, you trying to dual wield them? Because you can't dual wield great swords. But you can grab one of them out, and two-hand it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull out my great sword, and I'm gonna use my Fire Breath as my opening attack.
Okay. Your fire breath, is that a bonus action? Or is that a normal action? I don't
Normal action.
normal action. Okay. So is that a line or a cone?
It's a 15-foot cone. I'm pretty sure if it's a breath attack.
It's a 30-foot
Oh.
line that is 5 feet wide.
Oh,
Okay.
damn.
So I assume you would try to get into a place where you can't injure your friends. But if you got to well, actually, I mean, you
Yeah,
could
you could
move
get
right
both.
up to her and hit both her and the creature behind her in 3, 4, 5. Yeah, in that line, if that's what you want to do. Which would mean they would have to make dex saves.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll do Valis first.
And I'm going to.
She gets -1d4,
Oh. Ooh,
but she
ooh.
fails anyway.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother rolling.
I
this.
I blurted it out when I remembered.
All right, and this other thing I think saves against your DC. You have a Dex 11. So go ahead and roll me damage for your fire breath.
So one of them would be.
So 10 damage to Valis and 5 to this thing of fire damage specifically, right?
Yes.
Okay. You notice this thing doesn't seem as affected by it. But she definitely didn't like that. That hurt her.
Kel, just real quick, did you mean to make your role private?
It's all right. I can do that.
I did not. I don't know what such question.
All right. So you walk up. That's your movement. Then you fire breath. That's your action, and you pull out a great sword. So that would be your turn unless you have a bonus action to use that you wanted to use.
Give me 1 second.
You do technically, I think the only thing you have the ability to do as a bonus action is Shield of Faith if you wanted to cast that.
I'm going to actually wait on that.
Cool. So you walk up, pull out your greatsword, and you breathe fire at these things. Marza, you're up.
All right, bear with me. I'm not too experienced in combat, especially as a rogue.
So you can move, you can take your movement,
Yeah.
and then an action, and then a bonus action if you have something to use.
Could I hide behind, or stand behind Craggle and hide out of her eye line?
Yeah, you can try using the hide action, so that would be an action to do that. And then you would make me a stealth, and you would try to beat her passive perception.
All right.
If you do actually want to move it, after you do that, you hit space. Yeah.
Cool. So you move to hide behind Craggle, who is much taller and bigger than you.
Mm-hmm.
And then roll me a stealth. Nice. All right. So you are hiding. So that's your action. You've used movement. Do you have any bonus action you'd like to do?
You can bonus action hide, can you not? Are you a rogue?
I am, so yeah. That,
Yeah.
Okay. So that would be your bonus
Yeah.
action then. Sorry. Yeah.
And then you can,
Level 2
Mm,
rogue. Awesome.
you'll lose your
only have-
stealth if you use an attack action, but yeah, you'll have advantage on the attack.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out a way that I could get to her without being directly in front of her, because that would kind of...
You could throw a dagger.
Do I? Oh yeah, I do have an extra dagger, actually. I think. I'll double check that. I do, yes. All right.
Also, don't, do what you want to do. I will always
Yeah, no. I appreciate the suggestions, though. That's, like I said, not too experienced with combat. I generally talk my way out of it with other characters. Alright, so yeah, I'll go ahead and do a thrown dagger.
Cool. Let's go ahead and roll an attack roll for me.
And that's not any different for the throne, is it? I don't see anything different for me to...
She does have advantage. Does she have sneak attack? Does level 2 rogues have
I do.
Yeah, she has
Yeah.
1d6.
Sick.
So no different for you to throw the dagger. You can... I mean, you don't need to roll... roll again, because you might crit.
Okay.
Because you only rolled once, but you have advantage on this, because you're hiding. All right.
You did roll high.
So you do hit with your dagger, so you'll do your dagger damage plus an additional 1d6. So if you click the damage button by your dagger, that'll roll that.
Oh my God.
And then,
Okay.
cool. There you go.
Good lord.
Oh boy. We'll just take whatever the first one was.
Okay.
They're the same.
They're both 6, so take a break.
Hilarious. 4 and 2, 5 and
Okay.
1.
Yeah, there you go. So 6 damage. She goes, you sneaky, sneaky thing. You'll all die. You're all going to die. Honed, you are up.
Okay, I'm gonna go attack the guy up here by Igvis.
Okay. Roll me to hit.
Blinky. Wait. Shit, it's an illusion.
It's an
That's the
illusion.
Yeah, damn it.
It's 24 hit?
24 will hit, yeah.
Don't even need it.
Who needs flanking?
Me when I got the double ones
8.
and then a 1 and a 2.
8 points of damage. All right.
You have a
the
shield in your
flanking- Does it still count as flanking given the perfect illusion can cast spells?
I would say
No,
no.
it's not a creature.
The duplicity specifically states if you're within 5 feet of it, not if anybody else is.
Hone, do you do anything else? You move, you attack. Any bonus actions?
No, that's everything for right now.
Okay, Igvis, I need a death save.
Come on, Igvis.
Let's go. Come on, live.
A success.
Nice.
Yeah,
2 successes,
boy.
1 failure. You are more likely to live than die at this point.
The only reason I got the fail is because they bit me. Alright.
He's been jinxed.
Craggle, you're up.
Alright, so feeling like a little bump on the back of my leg and looking down and seeing this little... What are you, a halfling?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, a little halfling pop out of the fucking shadows and dagger this lady. I'm gonna like laugh out loud, and since you revealed yourself, I think I can move. You know what? I don't need to move. I'm gonna drow both my daggers, and I have 2-weapon fighting, so I throw both my daggers at her.
All right. Go ahead and give me a
So-
roll.
I gotta equip them real quick.
Full dagger rain.
You should get some darts like me. I
Yeah,
have like
right.
20 of them I can just start launching.
Is the 15 hit?
A 15 will hit.
So 1d4 plus another for hex. 1d6. Of course, that's a 1. And then the other dagger, kind of give like a spin move with my wings, and then throw the other one. Oh shit! Does an 8 hit?
An 8 does not.
Damn.
Your spin move cost me.
Yeah.
So that's 5 total damage from the first dagger?
That is correct.
So to be clear, you're trying to like 360 no scope her with the second one, guys.
Yeah, that was the whole. I was gonna like freaking do like a
That
ninja
fa-
move and let it.
Yeah,
loose.
Phase Clan.
Just like just Beyblade this bitch.
Anything else, Craggle, that you
Let it rip.
had to do? Would have been...
No, my only
Action
bonus
bonus.
action is hex. So,
Okay.
and I did a bonus action with the 2-weapon fighting, so I'm
Yeah.
done.
All right. She is up as that dagger like comes and slices her across the cheek, and she has this nasty scar now by her eye, right below her eye. Oh, it's time to die. And that floating dagger will come right behind you, Craggle, and will attack you. $19 to hit.
It hits.
for 5 points of damage.
Is there...
And then, let's see, that's her bonus action. She will then... I think she will... She'll move up here. And, she
I miss
will
war.
attack you twice with 2 daggers.
I miss war a lot.
14.
Hits.
It's unfortunate that I can't give you a shield.
I wish you rolled like that when you were attacking me.
Yeah.
6 points of damage from that first dagger, and then she rolls to hit you again. Ooh, nat 1.
Crit fail. You better crit fail. Oh my god, this is
We
gonna be
will roll,
glorious.
Not a crit
Fuck.
fail.
Duh.
But she does horribly miss with that second dagger as she feels the pain in the side of her cheek from that dagger that you threw at
We
her
were about to
before.
ruin her day, dude. If she got stunned or something, oh my god.
That is her. Elias, you are up.
It would just be that meme of everybody just kicking her while she's on the ground.
Illusion count as touching me for spells.
It's just a cartoon cloud of dirt and then fists and shit.
Say again, Elias.
Rule question, does touching the illusion count as touching me for spells?
It says you can cast spells through it, so a touch spell would cast
Yeah.
through it the same way.
Alright, I'm going to cast a spell on Ignis.
Okay. Sounds good. What spell you casting?
Did you say haunting miss? I've never heard of that.
Oh, cure wounds.
For wounds.
Oh, cure wounds.
Hey, that's max healing.
Nice. So 11 points back to Igvis.
11.
No-
That's max?
Maximum allowed by the dice.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, I have 17. I have
I'm
17 max.
deeply concerned for you.
You have 11 HP.
Hey, hold on. Don't hate on people like that, alright? I got 14 HP. I don't got time for that.
Alright, so to make sure I understand the rules, this should wipe the slate on all dying throw, and he should be back in next round, right?
Yes,
I
he
am
is
currently prone,
conscious, but
but-
prone.
Yeah, I'm
He's
currently
alive.
prone, but
Yeah.
I don't have to save anymore.
And
Yep.
he can attack. with
I can
disadvantage.
attack.
Yeah, and you all see Elias, standing next to Igvis, reach down and touch Igvis, who, is kind of enveloped in this glowing light, and he just goes as he gasps and comes back awake.
Nice to see you all here. Ah!
Anything else,
Okay.
Elias? So that is your action.
I don't think I have anything. I guess I'm going to have the illusion run towards the Valis is her name.
Valis.
Does she disbelieve that it's an illusion?
She may or may not on her turn.
Alright, so I was here. So how do
Yeah, if you just ping where you want the illusion, I'll move the illusion there.
move like I move though, so it can't just go anywhere. So it's I create a full illusion of me moving at the same speed as a bonus action, basically.
Yeah, just ping on the map where you want me to put it, and I'll move it there for you if you can't move it. Right there? Okay, perfect.
Sorry, but did Kel just move?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Kel was there.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Bump. That is that. Kel, you're up.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to move out of turn. So Kel's going to move within his 30 feet, which puts him right on top of the big old baddie. And as his action,
He'll take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, are you going to this one over here, or are you gonna stay with Volus and like move like here?
If you move out of Volus's melee range, she'll get a free attack on you.
You could also, you can't quite get there, so it's either here or here ish.
Okay. I am in within attacking range of Volus. Okay. For some reason my game's lagging.
To be clear,
So-
not with advantage, just an attack of opportunity because you move away from her.
She'll just get one stab at you.
Yeah, you could alternatively, move right here behind her without taking any attack of opportunity and be flanking with Craggle.
So you'd have advantage.
Yeah, I'm going to move around to the back, and with my great sword as my first action, I'm kind of going to make a. We're going to do a slash from shoulder to hip on her, and trying to make sure I can use this. Okay, just real quick, DM. Can I use my menacing attack as my first?
So if you hit, so you first have to see if you hit, and then if you hit, you can use a die to do a menacing attack, which would allow you to add damage to the roll, and she'd have to make a save.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm new to combat, so yeah. So that's gonna be my first action. Is I'm gonna do kind of a almighty slash from shoulder to hip on her.
Love it. All right, so go ahead and make me an attack roll with your great sword. So just hit the. There you go. So that was the damage. So roll me the, and I'll keep that damage if you hit. Roll me the +5. So where it says +5 next to your greatsword, click that button with the advantage, so you can roll it twice.
Above your chat box, turn off private rolls. Set that to public rolls.
Okay, so you have a 14 to hit, which will hit her. So you will do 13 damage, and then go ahead and use one of your superiority die as you use your menacing attack. So you have your superiority die is what? It's a D. Superiority die.
D8.
D8. Or, no, it's a D6. So it's a D6 for you. So you only have one D6 per short rest. You gain one superiority die per short rest as a D6. It is just a few of your maneuvers. So you can roll an extra D6. So roll one D6 for me. And then I have to make a wisdom saving throw, which I make, so not frightened. But none of that matters because you do enough damage to slash her from, what'd you say, shoulder to what?
From shoulder to
shoulder to hip, and you slice her clean in half with your great sword. And you are using the were you using the shining great sword? Is that what great sword you normally use? Your new great sword that you found?
Yes.
Yeah, so you like are pulling up to her with this glowing moon blue greatsword, and you slice her in half. And as soon as you do that, this other creature here basically melts into a pile of ashes. Fire encompasses it, and what remains of it is gone.
Awesome. I was just about to use my Thunderous Smite, too, as my bonus action.
As her corpse falls in front of me, I'm going to catch your eye and just give you a nod of approval. Well done.
I'm
And
going...
then I'm going to instantly run over to Igvis. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of acknowledge my action, and I'll take a kneel where I'm standing.
Cool.
I'll just stand up real slow. Oh my
gonna-
god. Oh, that hurt.
I'll lay a hand on Igvis's shoulder. Are you all right? Are you still bleeding?
Nah, I'm okay. Now I know how you usually feel.
I'm gonna slap him on the wrist or on the cheek. Yeah, maybe that score is becoming a little bit more even.
Were you the one who saved me?
I think I had a good hand in it.
Mm.
And I'll like puff out my chest and put my hands like all heroically at my sides.
You probably should have been here earlier. Just saying. And then I'll just stand up and be like, glad you guys are here now, at least.
Well, you know what we've learned about going off on our own now, haven't you, by now?
Are you?
I was doing my job by keeping my eye on the person you suspected. You just weren't with me.
Can I search Volus's body?
So while they're talking, I'm going to get up, and I'm going to walk over to Igvis, and I'm going to use my lay on hands pool.
Okay.
I'm pretty fucking hurt too, I'm not gonna lie.
I will hand you one of my spare potions that I have on me.
Awesome.
Are you well? I'm just gonna say that to Igvis.
Yeah, I'm alright. Feel a lot better than I did a couple seconds ago.
How many points?
I get to reroll both of those.
Good to hear it. Anyone wounded?
Nothing that a short rest wouldn't fix.
Add another 2 to that, by the way.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick. How many points of damage? Like this thing.
Your mic is going nuts, bro.
A little bit. It's kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, sorry, it was hard to hear you there, Kel. What did you say? How many points of what?
How many points are needed to heal Igvis fully?
I don't know. Feel like another 6 will do it.
Oh, you know, maybe like 6 touches. Just
I don't know how to
touches.
quantify. I'm kind of half right now.
I'm going to do a full heal on Igvis. I'm going to use 6 out of 10 of my HP per long rest.
Alright. So I think we're all full now. Well, almost.
I will go ahead and take out the Billiam's journal and hold it up. There's nothing in here but poems of our journey so far. I really have no idea why anyone would have interest in it. And I'll kind of just offer it to whoever wants to look at it.
I will immediately walk over there and take it. I'll just add this to my collection of journals today.
Now we can tell What, Kara?
I suggest we check her for anything. Elias is gonna point at Body.
Can you get closer to your mic at all, Elias?
Elias is gonna point at her, at Body, and say, "I suggest we check her out."
Well, what's left of her anyway?
Her remains could still have some clues.
I'm gonna try to rifle through her remains then.
Yeah, and you see that Honed is already kind of beating you to it as he's already rummaging through those remains, and you see Honed grabs the amulet that's around her neck and takes that as he...
Is that amulet similar to the one that I gave the pregnant woman?
It is not.
Okay. Good. We good. Well, there's nothing particular here except for maybe what Honed you said it was?
Yeah,
picked up?
Honed.
We can probably check out her camp. She was packing up early this morning.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go over there and do that. Check her tent, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be around here-ish. I'm not sure which
Yeah.
tent would be hers.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me an investigation check.
We not want to go when we get back to the main
Nat
camp.
20, let's go.
A nat 1. Let's go.
I just like steal your roll. I am the true detective.
Let's just say I gave you advantage by assisting you.
I am the true detective.
As they're doing that, I will go over to Marza and just kind of get down to her level a little bit. You've got quite a bit of fight in you for a little small one.
Well, sometimes you have to.
Indeed. And I'll just kind of give her a nod and go help with the perusing through the goods.
We are going to we're going to have some fun with this one.
Oh boy.
What?
With
Oh boy.
with your investigation check, Vati, you do find something interesting. And we're going to do a little bit of random loot rolling.
Oh, please! If I get, I hope I don't get the deck of many things. That's
As I trip over a barrel, just whoa, fuck!
You staring at the body? Wow, yeah. She's in half. Whoa!
There are 2 of her now.
No, I see. Oh, is this what Elias can do? Is that what Elias is doing? Splitting in 2?
All right.
Great Elias knows many tricks.
Let's see. Give me a D100.
Is there? There's only a D2. Oh, D100. There it is. 29.
29. So you find an interesting potion.
What? Okay. What do you mean interesting? Is like the bottle like weirdly?
It's roll me a D10. Seven. So you find this interesting potion of what seems like greenish liquid, and it kind of glows inside.
I immediately drink it.
You just chug you just chug the whole thing, huh?
That could
Aren't
have
you
been
supposed to be
really
the smart
useful
one?
at some point.
Okay.
Oh,
you
shit.
you do that, and yeah, you
Can we
You
just
were
know
so
what-
excited to
Yeah.
be like,
We know
yeah,
what
this
it
is
is
cool,
now.
and
yeah, it's
mysterious item, and now, it's just gone.
you. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you what it is because I don't know exactly how to describe now what you just imbibed. But
What have you just done? I hope you packed your bags
it's
because
a-
you're about to go on a trip.
No. So it was a potion of resistance, poison. So you have resistance to poison for an hour.
Fuck yeah.
So
Does this mean I could eat a bunch of poisonous plants, or
You
just
know
get
what?
really drunk?
You know what? I think literally nothing happens. He literally just drinks it and then
Yeah,
maybe
like
feels good. Like
violent
I'm
diarrhea.
refreshed. I know. I like to believe that this is like Baja Blast refreshment. You
yeah,
know, just-
basically the way potions work in 5e is, if you taste it, you're supposed to be able to know what a potion does. That's how 5e rules work. If you totally, I don't really necessarily play those rules because I think it's kind of, I don't know. That's what I like to use Arcana for. But if you drink an entire potion, I would let you know what that potion
Oh, yeah, no,
does.
I
So-
straight up see this like
Yeah.
cool bottle. I'm like, well, that's
Yeah. And
It's
as you
glowing.
just chug this thing, you know that you're pretty resistant to poison right now. Basically, you can still be damaged by poison, but you take half damage because you have
Oh,
resistance
sweet.
to it.
so I could go on a trip.
You could.
So to be clear, there was a crazy portal in a basement that you didn't want us to touch, but you find a mysterious potion and you drink it instantly. I'm confused.
I'm in the heat of battle, and I've made a lot of bad decisions today. I am thirsty. Okay.
Remains.
And I feel like I'd be intelligent enough to know that like the potion itself wouldn't necessarily kill me.
I mean, we're
You got
talking
it off as somebody who just summoned a bunch of demons at us.
Next time, potion of black death or something.
I'm just saying that like my character's intelligent enough to look at the bottle and be like, you know what? It won't kill me if I drink this.
I mean,
But did you stop to be
but
intelligent?
you didn't even actually let your check it though. You were just like, I drink it. Like you were like, I want to look at it.
That would have been very interesting. I'm just looking at some of these other things she could have gotten. That would have been pretty.
Please enlighten me.
He just becomes tiny. That would be amazing.
Well,
You get them for later.
there is a potion of poison where the opposite would have happened. You would have been poisoned.
Hell yeah.
That would have been pretty nasty. There's, dust of dryness, which turns like water basically into a pellet. So that would have been interesting in your gut.
Could I have, in theory, used shape water at that point?
Yeah,
There's none
I don't
left.
know. But we don't have to worry about it, do we now?
No. Instead, I drank a potion of poison. See, fortune favors the bold.
He was just a normal teenager.
There was
until
an
he drank.
elixir of love, basically, whereas the next creature you see becomes your true love.
So
Oh my god, after I just tripped over a bunch of fucking barrels and shit. No, leave me alone.
That one
You know,
would have been funny.
yeah, no, it'd been pretty bard of me to look at a dragon and be like, spicy.
I could. I tap that.
I mean, clearly, like I could have almost, you know.
everybody rolling for that random.
No, just him because he got a nat 20.
Yeah, just you because you had the nat 20.
And I wasted it on drinking it.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
I rolled on a
resistant to
decent table too. I rolled
know what,
on
this-
a table that could have gotten you a lot of different things.
poison. Okay, I hate to be the one, but I do have to call it. I have to wake up in 5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a great place to stop. Good job. Some good role playing. We had some combat this session. Yay. So yeah, say bye to the stream, and we'll see everybody
See
next
you
time.
later.
Goodbye, stream.
Bye, stream.
Remember,
Yeah.
fortune will always favor the bold. Drink random things that you find on the ground.
Sure, you
You'll
can tell
either
yourself
become
that.
resistant to poison or you'll die.
I mean, and if you die, you don't have to worry about it. That's my advice for the stream.